We are live streaming in 3, 2, 1. Action.
Hi, everybody, and welcome back to the Hudson Board of Education meeting. Will you please rise for the pledge of
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll start with the approval of our agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as stated?
To approve agenda.
Second. All in favor? Okay, that moves us right into our line by line review of the 25-26 preliminary budget.
Thank you, President Mills. Good morning, everybody. Happy Saturday. This is one of my most favorite days of the year because it points to the transparency of our school district as we prepare to ask the Board of Education to adopt a budget, which will be presented to the community to support our students, our program, and our district operation going into the 2025-2026 school year. So as you know, we started the budget process back in October, as Greg pulls up our slide. And thank you, Greg. We started the budget process back in October, already thinking about the 2025-2026 school year. The board has throughout December, January, February has received presentations from program heads, from building leaders about what they think they need to run the best program in a fiscally responsible manner. As you can see on our process, we are currently still in our superintendent's budget phase, and today is further transparency about that. The numbers that we are operating off of are current as of yesterday, and there will still be changes to the numbers and the inputs and the variables that we have in building our budget up until April 2nd. And depending upon how quickly the legislature adopts their budget, we could even have changes after that we may need to revisit. However, today is a day of further transparency because we ask you as the board to adopt a dollar amount, and we ask the community to vote on that dollar amount that we think we can use to fund our school programs next year. And that is what you are voting. The transparency of our budget comes from activities such as this, because we're asking for approval of a funding of a dollar amount, and the transparency of what goes into that dollar amount, what makes up that final number, is through our best thinking relayed to you through events such as this line item. So very happy, very excited about the work that has been done. As you can see in our audience, we have our dedicated administrators who have, in addition to their day-to-day work supporting students, they put a lot of thought and assistance to the cabinet in developing the budget as what they may need. The budget process itself is very detailed, and I thank them for their attention to detail as they've helped us deliver this proposed budget to you. Our work today will be guided primarily upon the budget book you have before you, because that's the details of where we stand in terms of our income and revenues and expenses anticipated for next year. I also want to thank Jill Figuerello and Maura Bistro for their diligent efforts to help bring what I think should have gone into the budget book to fruition. It is a Herculean task. I'd also like to thank the Canon Copier Corporation for having their workhorses support the amount of paper that we needed to produce, with only going down for a short period of time. So, but in the process of creating this, Jill and Maura have put in countless person hours, and just wanted to thank them publicly for that. So today, we will dive right in. So Greg, if you can go to the next slide. We start everything with our mission, our students, as Greg pulled up. These are our current budget parameters that we have put together the proposed budget for you. You can see it's on that slide over there. If you're following along at home, or on the slides, we are beginning at slide 250. If you have, or 215, if you have that pulled up. While they work on that, we can continue to go on. The current budget parameters that we're looking at is a budget that's within the tax cap. we're looking to have a budget that allows us to have a student-centered program that's flexible, meeting their needs. We're looking, we are including contingent positions in the event that some of our student need does change between the time the budget is adopted and we come to, when we implement next school year's program. We're looking for, we have built the budget with additional resources to improve our district facilities and our grounds. And we are also making sure that we can comply with state mandates to transition to an electronic bus fleet. Let's talk about our agenda today and the primary resource that you have. For this preliminary budget book is not the book that will be presented or available to the community after you adopt your budget. It will look, there'll be more in this when we do present it to the community as the budget book. It'll be available online as well. And some changes that you may suggest, whether to the budget or to the format, could be included when that goes public. So just to keep an eye on what we're doing today, our agenda can be found in front of you, and that will give us approximate time of what codes and topics we are going to be looking at. In general terms, we have our administrators here from our building level. If you have any questions, or if we can't answer the questions, we may ask them to come to the table and provide additional detail. We'll start off by looking at staffing. We'll then go into the codes centered around curriculum and instruction, then go into special education, guidance, instructional media, interscholastic athletics, and then we will have the secondary principals present. We'll look at the budget for it, but then before lunch, we will have the secondary principals present an update on their current co-curricular programs and also their recommendations for what co-curricular programs should run next year. We'll have a wonderful lunch. We'll have time for public comment. We'll have a wonderful lunch, and then we'll start the afternoon primarily in our operations side. And we'll bid farewell to our principals unless they want to stay in our other to do the operations. That's our general approach for today. To familiarize yourself with the budget book itself, if you take a look at the color code, it is all tabbed for you. The blue portion of the book is our appropriations. The green is the actual line by line of the budget with the budget code. And so when we say that we are going to be looking at the 2110 code after staffing, we'll go to the green section and we'll give you an opportunity in chronological order to find the 2110 codes. We'll talk about how to read a budget code in a second. Greg, can you go back one more slide? Okay. So that green is where we're going to spend a majority of the time today. I know it's kind of small print to fit everything on there. So we do have a larger print version that will display on the screen if need be. But that is the general process of what we'll do is we'll give the board time to look at those codes. We have for you a couple of columns with numbers in there. If you take a look at that, your first column will be what is the proposed budget for next year? What was the 2024-2025 budget? And then the change in that. I'm sorry, the blue is also, Jill, what's the other blue?
So there are 3 sections in the blue. The first part is just a narrative. And it also gives details on the 3-part budget. Sorry, can you hear me? And then in addition to that, we have the 23-24 actuals, and we have the 24-25 year to date.
And then the green is presenting just the change between the 2 budgets.
Yes, that's correct.
This year and the last year. Okay.
Yes.
So really we'll be spending the majority of our time in the blue. And so the way that this normally goes is we give you time to take a look at that, to ask any questions, and make sure that we're all comfortable as we head into the final couple of board meetings with the spending plan that we're proposing. The data in the book is accurate as of yesterday. Staffing data is current as well. Our proposed staffing is what will be in the current budget. The comparative index at the end, that's taken from New York State, our New York State report card. It's taken from the BOCES clearinghouse, and it reflects the 2023-2024 information there. We can continue to make changes to our budget that we have proposed until about the 1st of April. And then we will ask the board to adopt it. Again, we're asking you to adopt a dollar amount. And the transparency of what makes up that dollar amount has been through the presentations and our line by line of the budget codes. We could have to change we definitely will be making changes throughout next year as the needs change and as things arise throughout the school year. But this gives our best thought about how we would like to appropriately spend taxpayer dollars to support our students and our mission.
So just to elaborate on the staffing, so the staffing that's included in the budget book is the current. I didn't know if you said that.
Yes.
And then the obviously in the budget itself is reflective of what we feel the staffing is going to be needed for next year.
Correct. So again, just to hammer that home, the staffing data is what we have this year. And the numbers in the budget reflect what we think we will need for staffing next year. Yes.
So just ask, what page did you say the year to date is on?
It's in one of the blue sections. It's in the third blue section. The
Oh,
first
okay.
one is the narrative. The second one, I believe, is the 23-24 actual, and the third one is the year to date. It says it at the top of the page,
It says here.
and it's highlighted.
Does the page numbers drop off after 8?
Yeah, there's no page number. It's a printout
Oh,
from the system.
By the way, you put something with PR and then just flip. What's that? Oh, the white is the divider. All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
sorry. It's a
No,
little-
okay.
So when we take a look at budget codes, if we want to go to the next slide, there is a language to a budget code. The first the first item that you'll see in a budget code is a letter, and that represents what fund that budget code is within. If it's an A code, it's a general fund. If it's an F code, it's a grant fund. The next number will be the function code, which will broadly identify the area of expenditures. And you can see we have our agenda broken down by the function codes. Then we go into our object. That object code, the next 3 letters, tell us what specific part, what object is bought within those funds, or is anticipated to be purchased. Is it supplies? Is it salaries? Is it equipment? And then the last couple numbers, you have your location code that will say what building it's being budgeted in, and then the last code is the program if applicable. In general terms, your 1,000 codes are entitled general support. Your 2,000 codes are anything to do with instruction. Your 5,000 is transportation, and then your 9,000 is what's called our undistributed. And we'll go into a lot of the 9,000s in the afternoon. Any questions on how to read a budget code? Okay, so without further ado, we will go to the staffing portion of the budget first. And we'll give the board some time to look through that. While the board is flipping through, again, the staffing portions are broken down by building. It is what we currently have. You have in your goldenrod section. You will see that we start with first Buchanan Verplank, and then a white page will separate the next building. This is what is currently in place. Within the current budget parameters that we have, including the tax cap, which we have set or assigned to us as 4.58, that's our allowable tax cap. And this budget is built within that. And other parameters such as our expected state aid and our use of fund balance. We had to make some adjustments to our budget to balance that budget. In other words, if we just were to roll over the budget, we would have been over that cap. So a major area where we address getting to a balanced budget is in the staffing position, is in the staffing section. So while the numbers you see reflect current data in our buildings now, the proposed budget will see some staffing options that we are going to recommend for next year. We were fortunate enough to have some retirements this year, thanks to the partnership with the HHCA of a retirement incentive. And we took a look at each of those retirements that we had, and did we need to fill that position? And obviously, if we didn't need to fill that position or repurpose that, what we call full-time enrollment or FTE, that can see some actualized savings there. And in most cases, if we did say we do need to fill that position again, we anticipate that somebody who has been in our system for a longer period of time is probably going to be at a higher salary than what we will hire as a replacement. It generally occurs that way, not all the time, but generally, and we term that breakage. And so that's one of the benefits of using a retirement incentive to assist people in having an incentive to retire, but also gives us an opportunity to take a look at that position and see if it still supports our program needs. And if it does not, we would not fill it. So we did see some savings through attrition. We are considering at this point in time, and I say considering because we still can make changes. We may receive data that forces us to make those changes. We are considering not using teaching assistants in ICT classrooms that are not mandated. So that is an area where we would see some staffing changes too. We're looking at the Blue Mountain Middle School schedule because we're looking for better ways to deliver instruction without impacting program, highly impacting program. Can we find some efficiencies? And we have been able to look in the middle school schedule we're going to consider some staffing changes that are associated with that. We're also not filling many of the requested positions that were proposed or brought to us as we developed the budget. So we had a number of positions that we were considering, and to help us balance the budget, we removed them from our initial budgets that we've been, or various iterations of the budget. To include, we had, when we initially built the budget, 7 staffing contingent positions. So this would be positions that are on hand in the event our student need or enrollment changes. The budget you see before you does keep in 4 contingent positions in the budget. Excuse me, there's a typo there. I have to update that in the budget, such as a position for a contingent chauffeur, depending on special education needs, a contingent E&L teacher, a contingent special ed teacher, and a contingent elementary teacher. So should we see any one class section rise above the contractual levels that are there. Oops, there's another one. So any questions on our considerations? Okay, so this time we'll give the board an opportunity to go through the goldenrod section and see if you have any questions.
Do you want to put it on or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we pull up the staffing section?
Do we have this year versus last year, like where you're going next year, where we are this year?
Do we have a printout of the positions that we are looking at? So what you have before you is current. Because we have not made staffing changes, we did not put it on paper, what it would look like.
That's what I'm.
Because that, at that point in time, you would be revealing individual positions that.
I'm more looking for like a number of, like if you have overall.
So
like, I
you'll
was just
see
saying,
that, I'm sorry.
PV has 64.66, so.
Yeah, on the
that
bottom of each
number.
page, on the bottom of each section, and we're gonna pull it up on the screen. It might be a little clearer. There's a number of total FTEs. And then on the central page, it's not on your copy. It's gonna be on the screen, is the total FTEs in the district. If you want them categorized by teachers, teaching assistants and all that, I can do that, but you can also see how many are in each building this way.
No, I was asking for, like, not position wise, just total number, what we're thinking we wanna have for next year. As of right now,
Mhm.
based on retirees. Or positions we're not filling, like for right now, we have, I'm just using BB as the first example. 64.66 full-time for right now
At BV.
at BV. What are we thinking projection wise would be the number, give or take, for next year?
I don't have the location of the
Or even if it's
retirees in
grand
there.
total, like even if it's as a district. If, let's say we added all of those up, do we know?
Projected, because it's gonna go based on projected class sizes and.
Yeah, I mean, it depends where where the enrollments land is where the people land, I think, right?
But even as a district, not even by a building.
So if we had 260 full-time teachers last year, or we had 260 overall in the district this year?
So this is the current year. And if we're looking at the retirees, and I don't know how many of the retirees are we not replacing? 3, I believe. Because we don't feel we need them for
We
programs.
anticipate to three, not replacing three of our seven teachers who retired.
Right. So three out of how many the total teaching positions are, let's just say that, but then we also have three contingent teaching positions added in.
Okay.
The budget for dollars, but not at locations, right? Because we don't know exactly where we need them.
We haven't used it any.
Well, yeah, they can be used.
Yeah, so again, that's the transparency. We anticipate having one contingent position for but let's say there's a need for more elementary, we would obviously, and not the need for we would say, okay, maybe we need to use two of those contingent positions for the elementary.
And can you go over what positions would be eliminated?
That without,
No, that you can't do.
because then you'd be getting into individual
Right.
personnel decisions. And if those conversations haven't been had with our collective bargaining units and the individuals. And if we, again, since this budget is still in the proposed phase, we don't know where we're going. We don't want to.
Are you asking about the secondary retirement ones? Like course program wise?
I'm just, if we're gonna approve staff. We're approving the staffing. No,
I don't think that's our job.
okay, no.
Yeah,
So
We're
just-
approving a budget and they're giving us a guidance on how they intend to utilize the fund, but we don't get to approve that.
Right,
That's why we say these are what we are considering as an administration.
I don't know why they're asking, or why they're saying it's acceptable to utilize fewer people or more dollars, or whatever the answer is, right? They're saying that this is sort of the framework that we're utilizing to derive this information, but at the end of the day, he only gets to approve the money. He can use it however he wants in theory as a superintendent. Obviously outside of collective bargaining.
Okay, so we have 7 retirements slated for next school year. So out of the 7, we're looking at replacing 4 of them. Right. So then 3 would not be replaced through attrition. Right, so that's try to make that clear. And then as Mr. Trombley said, at the middle school, we have out of the total conglomerate of staffing, we're proposing 2 reductions of teaching positions, right, at the middle school.
3 possible.
3.
Three.
Well, one
One of them is
including-
retirement.
I'm including, one of them's retirement, so that's part of the 7
Yes.
retiring, and we're replacing 4 of them, right? Then at the middle school. Not retirement, but through attrition, right? We're looking to reduce 2 staff members. So does that make pretty clear? At the elementary, we're not looking at any, correct? Correct. So hopefully that tells you I guess the enumeration of what we're looking at, the net difference. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg does have it displayed on the screen if you're looking for a larger print format too.
Right, and if you look at the individual, when you're looking at the individual, yeah, it doesn't look any larger, right? I don't know if you can make it larger, but it's, if you're looking at the,
Okay.
just notice the position FTE, there are some that are less than 1. Because they could be shared in other buildings, right? So if you see the sharing percentages there. So if you see someone, for instance, the first person on the top of the Buchanan for Plank page. It says it's an art teacher, right? So that person is shared between BB and Furnace Woods. So you see their percentage is 0.5. And there's other positions like that throughout the pages, in case you were wondering.
So I know there's been discussion about per diem subs. If you take a look at Buchanan per Plank on the second full page, you can see that there are 3 per diem subs at Frank G. Lindsay. And those are every day come to work and receive benefits.
So 3 at Frank G, 2 at Furnace Woods, 2 at BB. The middle school has, I'm sure the middle school has to have at least 3 as well.
is there a way to utilize teacher assistants? So it would be cheaper than to have these subs at the buildings?
It could be considered, you could utilize a teaching assistant if they have as a substitute.
Just because I mean, I think if it's gonna save us money. There's only one at the mountain.
So in the budget this year, there's currently 2 building subs or permanent per diem subs at BV. And then 2 at Furnace Woods. There are, yes. So the 2 at BV, there are 3 at Furnace Woods. 2, no, there are 2 at Furnace
Well,
Woods.
there's,
Okay, there are 2 at Furnace Woods currently. Right, and we have 3 at FGL. Okay,
There's
so
only
2,
one
2 and 3.
Mountain, there's only one.
Well, but it's what's budgeted for, what we filled. Some people have left mid-year,
Got it.
right? So they're
That's
at the
important.
secondary level, there should be 3 at each school. 3 at the middle school and 3 at the high school.
Can we
Okay.
just look at using teacher assistants and see if that would help?
I think that's something that we definitely, superintendent would consider.
So the board is asking us to look into reducing the use of per diem subs, permanent per diem subs, and rely on teaching assistants to cover when needed.
Yes.
Would that impact though? Because those teaching assistants are doing something, so if we look at our attendance. They're gonna be pulled, so if we assign them to something, but we're constantly pulling them to sub.
Yeah,
Then
but I'm
their
just saying-
services,
It's cheaper for a
yeah,
teacher
but there's
assistant.
2 different positions,
We're looking at cutting them because we have them here currently.
but then we
By
wouldn't,
using the
so
ones
they
that
would be
cut.
unassigned
Yes,
teaching
that's
assistants.
what.
So they would be unassigned teaching assistants that we would use as subs,
Instead of cutting them, they would be used.
but then they're not assigned to, because if you assign
They were gonna be
a
cut.
teaching
But they were gonna
assistant,
Have to increase your TAs.
So,
yeah,
so
then you would have, that's what I'm saying, then
Which
you
you don't wanna
need,
do.
yeah, but I mean.
Looking at different.
So keep in mind, and Cindy, did you want to say something? And Josh,
I'm
go
just
ahead.
gonna clarify, that is our current model. We have an allocation of TAs that have certain responsibilities. But when the absences exceed the 2 permanent subs, all those TAs get pulled to cover the other classes. That's what we're currently doing now.
So I think one piece that's not being considered is that we still will employ sub in that model, if that's where we go, you still would utilize substitute teachers. That would be called. And people could accept that substitute teaching job for that day.
That's different than having a permanent sub. in the
Correct.
building.
Yeah,
Correct.
you right now have permanent sub in the building,
And
and I'm
you
saying
have
that. If you had TAs doing it, they're paid a lot cheaper. It's cheaper for them to do.
Joe, do we have the figures on what a TA?
Isn't it $20 a day?
so in
When they
addition,
sub?
yeah, like, I'm sorry. So in addition to what they get paid, their salary, they would have a bump up, yes, of like $20 per day, yeah. For the,
And what is their salary currently?
it varies, obviously, they're
Yeah,
at a
but
scale,
what?
but let's say, with benefits, one for the year, around 55,000.
And the long-term sub?
It's about the same, the permanent sub is the same, the TA or the sub that's called in is a little bit less, it's about $10,000 less if you were to use them all day, every year, all year long.
Right, so you're still saving.
But there is a savings in that respect, I don't know about, the consistency and so forth.
So the permanent, sorry. The permanent per diem subs and the principals can certainly chime in. They don't have benefits and they are not paid for the days the kids are not here. So they don't get paid over the break. I don't, is there a day when you don't have somebody for your permanent per diem sub to fill in for?
It's very rare.
And typically we have the per diem subs covering and we're pulling TAs.
Right.
And when we pull the TAs, they're being pulled from instructional time with the kids.
I think the TAs have an additional $70
That's
added to their day.
I'm not saying about pulling
Teachers.
TAs. I'm saying if you went down, you could use them. That's all I'm saying.
And then what I'm saying is then they don't get assigned.
Right,
Okay,
absolutely.
then you have a set thing, yeah, I don't wanna mix the two, because when you pull from the classroom. Then you're down that service that they're providing for that classroom.
Right, I don't wanna pull from the
And that's what I
classroom,
just
I'm
wanted to
saying it's a
clarify.
way
And
to
ju-
utilize the ones you're thinking of access. I'm just saying.
and just to paint the full picture of the TAs, when monitors are out, the TAs are also pulled to do the lunch and recess duties.
Any other questions on staffing? So we will continue on with our agenda and we will now go to the 2110 codes. Your 2110 codes deal with the instructional program. It's part of the, and they can be found in the blue section. So the first budget code obviously is the 1000s in our A code, general fund. 2110 is approximately midway down on the second full page in the blue section. Green is less detailed. Green compares last year, this year's current budget to next year's proposed budget. The blue provides you with a historical look back on that code. The actual this year and then proposed for next year and change. So again, the first column in the blue section will be your 2023-2024 budget. So that was what was adopted last year in that code. If there's been any changes to that code, is the next column moving to your right? Jill, is that
Sorry,
a,
which line,
blue? Is that a typo in the,
where are you?
on the blue section?
In the blue section?
Yeah.
Under what?
Oh, I'm sorry, I
Why,
was in the wrong section.
you're in the blue, you should be in the green,
Should be in the green, okay.
if you're doing the proposed budget, yeah.
But the blue section also has the, that's the current, that's the actual, okay. So the proposed budget, I'm sorry, Denise, thank you. The blue set, the blue, I got my budget book this morning. The green section is the proposed budget.
Move it to actual.
Yes, blue is actual this year.
Blue is year to date.
Yeah.
Green is.
Yeah, sorry, year to date, yeah.
We had to do it in two separate formats, because last year it was too small. If I remember, because we had everything on one sheet.
It was very small.
So if you're looking for 2110, it's gonna be in the last quarter of the page, starts on the second page, last quarter of the page. As you look through there, as you look through the proposed, the current, and then the change, if there's any questions or any discussion items, please feel free to ask us.
So I will feel like, I think that it's helpful when we have all of the three other and but more people can see like, hey, I didn't use. We're not using that. This year, there's all this stuff over. I did not say. Last year, that was last year.
Yeah.
Okay, the size of the data, it all up.
Yep, understood.
And especially, we also know a lot of the budget, a lot of the budget codes allocated just slightly different, depending on what they were, right?
Yes. So if you see a large change, that's obviously something that you might want to drill down and ask us. And there have been a lot of reallocation of codes, in other words, proper, more better alignment to the actual what the code does. You go back to what fund it's in, the general function and the location, you can see that there's been some changes.
His home ec, we will be
Looking at the EMS staffing.
Do we have a code?
the third and fourth one, maybe as soon as you start.
So 2110.
120-02.
Okay,
And home ec, so we're losing home ec and getting help, is that just a name change? Right, yeah,
We're, which code is she listening?
2110, 120,
Yeah,
02.
but HC and health, home ec and health. Is that just a name change?
yeah, so the first column is for next year. And the second column was is for the current year.
Yeah,
So
so home ec, we're proposing nothing for next year. But we have one this year, next year we're proposing health, but we don't have one this year, is that just a name change?
is that a realignment of the code?
Yeah, that's there's nobody coded to that expenditure line right now.
Health.
So there was a home ec retiree and a number of years ago, and it was a placeholder position that was filled by the tech teacher. So it was reallocated, and I believe it was budgeted for last year, but. we
Right, in a
using
different line, right.
So it's just not.
There is a health
Right.
teacher.
Yes, so there is a health teacher, but what we're saying is it was not coded correctly.
No, it's not,
Home
it's
ec.
not the health, it's the
But it's
home ec
also-
and the tech.
Health, yeah, health also, we're proposing one for next year, but it's blank for this year.
Yeah,
It's saying we don't have one on record for this year.
unless we're reading this wrong.
But my understanding would be that it was just
Coded
coded in the
different.
wrong place in the current budget. The current budget is coded in the wrong place.
Maybe the.
We're trying to shift it to the right
But
code.
as an example, I don't know what it is.
That's what I was.
No, we're not looking to, add an additional health teacher. It's just a.
Look, look, this is my first time around the rodeo here in this district, but from my understanding, there are a few positions that were not coded correctly. Is that
There are
true?
many positions that are not coded correctly.
in the current budget? We're trying to rectify for this budget. That's why I may say, hey, it looks like we didn't have a position this current year, but next year we are. Just wasn't coded correctly in the current 2024-25 budget.
That's right.
What Jill has attempted to do this year is put every teacher in the correct, assign each code and salary to every teacher, rather than a bucket of staff assigned to a code. So that's a very tedious job. And but it's the proper way to budget, because that makes sure you can make payroll. In essence.
Just one quick thing I just wanted to say. I guess it's 2110-120-04-.
So the last one on page.
Yeah, there's no way for us to, I guess, I think what would be helpful next time is to just have like the totals for each of the codes underneath, so we can compare, because I know that shows like a $566,000 increase.
Mhm.
But then as you go down, there's like all these other negatives that add up, so it's hard to tell what the final total ends up being.
Correct. Yeah, so that's the whole point of saying that they were reallocated, but I get what you're saying. It looks. So without putting the names to them, it's difficult for me to say right now, like, I know everybody is accounted for,
Yeah.
but to
I think
account
all
for,
she's saying is at the bottom of the code, if we could have a column to the right, one more, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so if I'm not right, but
uh-huh,
basically that just aggregates all of those individual line items so that the pluses and the
You can see
minuses
that they're
equal the
equal.
same.
Like,
And I don't have to wonder and add up all the negatives to that one positive of 500. It has
So-
nothing to do with who the names are,
right,
but rather understanding that this minus 560 also has a plus.
right. Maybe what would be
120,
maybe what would be helpful is, just a run of salary codes. And not have them combined with the other parts of the budget. So, you could see that the bottom line is what you're saying, the negatives outweigh, I mean, the positives outweigh
Yeah.
I
the
think we
negatives.
could do, just to clarify, like a total for 2110. What we're proposing And then what we did last year. I think that's what you're saying, right?
Yeah,
At
that's-
the end of
yeah.
2110,
Uh-huh.
have a thing that has
Yep.
the total.
Yes, I can do that.
Thank
It's
you.
like 48009 Jen, it's like textbooks, right? So,
But all the textbooks above are
Right.
gone.
Yeah, you're just
Like,
looking,
just
you're
pop
looking
them.
for summaries in between.
yeah. it's
yeah.
In between each code, that would
Okay.
be helpful.
Or I'll also share with you the electronic version of this as well, if you want to pull it on your computer.
Question, are staffing levels based on need or historical precedent? So, how,
Staffing level is based upon need,
Mhm.
should be,
okay,
Yeah,
it's a general practice.
Can I nitpick one more thing?
oh, absolutely.
If we are
I-
going to do this again,
No,
At
it's
the
all
top.
constructive criticism. I understand that.
at the top of every page, could we put the title like?
Yes, I just wrote that
Okay.
down to put the headings at the
Okay,
top. 'cause
thank
like
you, I'm
it-
sorry, I don't want to nitpick, but
No,
I might, I'm doing it now too.
Right, and the
Yeah.
page numbers, just to probably. help.
Okay,
yeah.
Does Excel?
Not to nitpick.
Does Excel?
It does.
May I ask, Ms. Trumbull, just a question for my own understanding of the processes that happened in the past? In the district, has there been this level of detail in previous budgets of just, because I'm trying to understand, I know what happens in other districts, but I'm here. Was it this detailed in the past, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
Last year
Last year
it was.
Okay,
So previously, you're
Yeah.
asking historical.
But before that.
historical question.
So the issue was budget presentations were done differently by each presenter. Some had more financial detail, some had more overview of the program that's being presented. They were done over the course of some number of board meetings, and it was virtually impossible to have any understanding if Venetia's code now goes up by 52,000 because she took something off of your code. And now you have a minus and she has a plus, but she spent no more money. She just aggregated it from a series of people so that we had a central person managing this bigger umbrella. You would sit here in these meetings and it was almost impossible to understand where any of the money was and how this all came together to create a budget. Last year was the first year this happened. Ally actually had advocated for a full singular review. Last year was the first year that it was implemented. I got more out of it last year than I did previously, but it's a lot of work for everybody to even get us here, much less everybody that does. So.
And yeah, what I'm hoping is that as we move into the future with it too, that a lot of the comments are very helpful for feedback. So we present even staffing a little bit more deliberately.
Yeah.
Right, so we wouldn't have to, answer, some of the questions would be answered on the paper itself, so that, when we talk about reduction X, Y, Z, it would say, with more confidence that it's this position allocated to this school, and here you go. So hopefully we can aspire to that in the future.
I know, I have another question. I feel like we talked about this and I feel like it was beneath the copiers. I see that all the copiers are negative this year. What budget code is that going into, or are we not?
It would be in the BOCES budget code for tech,
Okay.
2630.
Yeah, I just
it,
looked
it
at
will
what-
be
So that's,
2634.90.
that's-
Yes, I just was
That's
looking,
later
I
on.
just was trying to see that, I just was looking, I didn't see exactly which line that was.
It's 2630
Thank you. Okay,
And we will do the 2630 codes a little later.
yeah, no, I just wanted to know if that was, because there's a lot of money coming out of this budget from that. So that when we get to later, we'll know why that's increasing.
The UPK contractual expenditure, there's nothing this
What
year.
code are you in, Stephanie?
2110, 400.
So the UPK expenditure does not come from the operating fund. It comes from the federal, the special aid fund. I believe last year we got 2 different allocations to the district. The first one came earlier on. We knew what it was gonna be. The second one came a little later. So we weren't sure that was, I think what the I'm guessing that they weren't sure what that second allocation amount was gonna be. But when we were afforded that second allocation, it covered the expense that we needed to provide for the program.
Okay,
So it isn't in this year's budget because it's not gonna come. We got the same amount granted to us for next year. In total of the two, so. We're getting $1.2 million in aid for that, but that's not represented in the operating fund,
okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure it's not off.
right? I just, go ahead.
We received notice that we were eligible for the additional funds over the summer. So that's why it's not reflected. in
Right.
here.
And I was just gonna say, I have developed a spreadsheet that will cover 23, 24, 24, 25, and 25, 26. I'm going to have that on Wednesday evening when we meet. It will have all of these figures, but it'll have it in a different fashion. I couldn't possibly finish it with everything that has gone on in the last month. Before this meeting, that was my intention. So I presented it in the way that you did it last year. It's not ideal, I get it. It's busy. It needs to be, more visible, I think. It has to have better headings, but it is all there. I just, and so I appreciate all of the questions as well, because I understand there needs to be some clarification, especially where we, reallocated codes. It is confusing. I get it. So.
Any questions more questions on the 2110 codes are dense, right? There's a number of them. Any
There's so
questions on?
many of them. There's so many. Yeah.
Is it safe to think that year after year, the reallocation of these codes continues, there will be fewer reallocation that occur, so it'll be a much cleaner year over year?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. That
Is
is.
it normal to have to keep doing it? Not, it just to this extent.
No, it happens so every year, I would say, but yes, less and less as you become more defined. It depends on how defined you want to become. Some school districts that last part of the code, we might use 2 digits and a word there. Some people use 4 digits to identify different programs. They break it down really, really far. You can get into the weeds. It all depends on how your school district's culture has developed over time. I think there'll be less and less, as we go forward. I like how you already have your classes broke down, your subject areas broken down. Some school districts don't even have that. So, it's all lumped in together. You're not really sure. So the level of detail is pretty good here. It can be a lot because it is,
So again, the budget codes, believe it or not, are an actual reflection of what our program and our operations are. So they could change and you could see reallocations if you change any way that you approach your operation and your program. For example, if the district were to say one year, we want buildings to have their own furniture budget and buildings can purchase that on their own. Right now, what we've done is we've centralized furniture purchases under one district-wide code. But if we decided for whatever reason to change that, you would see a reallocation that year. So some of it's cleanup and some of it is also how you approach your systems within the financial. Anybody object to moving on to our 2010, 2020, and 2070 codes? Yes, please.
Are you able to freeze the top row so we can see?
Then we already put that. We already
No, I think
suggested
she's
that.
talking about when it's
Yeah, just so you don't have to guess them.
Let's see here. Greg, are you able, Greg would have to do it from his end right there. On yours, if you're looking at it on your own, I believe you have the ability to do that.
Oh, really? I thought I had viewings.
yeah, you might.
I'll try to freeze it here.
Mine's viewing.
Try it now, Greg. I just did it on my end. Refresh.
It's not a big deal. I just.
Yeah, I'm not able to freeze row 7.
I think you
can go
into view and freeze and up to whatever rows up to.
Right, like
There we go.
the
Okay, now
bottom.
Greg, refresh now. I did the up to rather than just 7.
I'm back again.
Yeah.
I feel like that makes it easier to. We scroll all the way down.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We're just trying to figure out looks like the budget code. We're seeing where the budget codes change and just trying to.
So are you looking at 2250?
Yes,
Okay.
one is, you have the negative 330, and then, but you go down here and then with the TAs spread out, and it's different numbers, so I'm assuming that there's some connection between that line and then the allocation of them by building.
So Joe, we're looking at the 2250, 156, 10. So that's district office. But
2250.
And then at the bottom of the page, it's. It's in everything.
So those are,
One's 2250 and one's.
those are where, yeah, you know what that is.
so these are the anticipated staffing reductions that we highlighted in our staffing conversation. As of today, that would be the actualized savings in the budget.
Right, I can't apply them to a specific person or building, so I
It's an
put them,
accounting code.
yeah,
On the 2110,
6.
156.
151 to 157.
6, okay, oh, so it is 6, all right, that's okay. All right, thank you.
Some of them, there was also a negative. You know, and
So you're looking at 2110, 15606, teaching assistant step scale.
Right, because they're not all special ed.
okay. It says special, and it says that. The other. Oh, it's just switching them around.
20,
These ones, 2110s. We also have negatives here.
so 2250 codes are special ed function
I
codes.
got it.
2110 is general teaching.
This is 7.
And just so the community knows, we will be, once the budget is adopted, we will be taking the finalized numbers that are in that adopted budget and having physical copies of that budget book available at each building, at the district office. I believe we bring it to the library. Is that? You bring it to the library, Joe?
Yes.
We did not.
No. It's normally by buildings. Okay, so we'll have physical copies once adopted of a similar book for the public. Once the budget is adopted, and it will also go online.
It goes in all 5 buildings.
Yes,
The district office.
and online.
Yeah, and we did have it in the free library. We have.
Jill, can I ask one more nitpicky thing? At the end of a code, could we also do like a hard red line? Like a darker line, so that we know that one code ends and another one begins?
So in other words, when you make a shift from 2110,
Yeah.
2250 to make that a
2250.
bolder
Yeah.
line.
No, I'll set, it's gonna,
The summary.
Yeah,
it's gonna all be separated by.
okay, thank you.
Yes,
I appreciate that.
okay.
Sorry.
any other questions under 2110? Before we move to curriculum development and supervision.
Oh, no, I was still asking.
Why don't we take a break before we move to the next code? Use the restroom.
Motion for a break.
All in favor?
Okay, we're back. I'm sorry.
Welcome back to the Hendrick Hudson Board of Education meeting. I need a motion to reopen the meeting. Reopen the meeting. No seconds, all in favor? Okay,
Okay, thank you for that brief break. We are going to continue our line by line. We are going to start with the 2010 codes, the 2020 codes, and the 2070 codes. These are your codes that involve everything related to curriculum development and supervision. So what's an example of supervision? Our wonderful building level administrators and district administrators, our principals, that's all part of supervision. So their salaries, curriculum, you'll see a lot of our curricular program detailed in dollars here. Just a few reminders and notes about this process. This is an opportunity today to also provide us with direction on anything that you might like to see revised on individual presentations that we had in the previous budget board meetings. So we will revisit at the end of this, we will revisit our parameters. But if there's anything that you would like us to consider to revise before we recommend adoption, this is that time as well. .2010 code has just a few lines.
Yeah, and a lot of that is moved to 2070, correct?
Well, yeah, so
Okay.
2010 is basically your curriculum department. And then a lot of the work that they do is 2070, correct? I'm sorry. And then the 2020s would be your main offices, your administration in your buildings. And their expenses for their offices.
One change that we have done this year, speaking about reallocating budget codes from year to year, we this year have asked, we've always budgeted for mileage. When we have transport, when we go to conferences, when we travel between buildings, we have asked each individual budget code owner and building to budget for their own mileage within their building budget. So you'll see that that's why you see a percent, you see some of them show a large change in their mileage. That has always been accounted for. It had been accounted for previously, I believe, in a district-wide code.
Yeah, it was in 9089 before, which is a benefit code towards the end of the budget, but you won't see the big change in there because the benefit number is so large, like in what employee benefits. So it's in there, but we broke it out into the departments now.
You said earlier that you were in the next iteration of this, you're gonna mark what or note where the big changes were made to the budget codes, like if you see a big change.
Yeah.
You're gonna note where those are.
Like if you, well, you're talking about percentage.
Like the change of the 142 on 2020-150-1 high school instructional salaries. The change being 142.
Oh, that's what I was just looking at. Yeah, what is that position?
Right, so I mean, I'd have to look at all the individual names that make up that number.
I don't, sorry, I'm gonna rephrase.
And
I don't
those-
need names, I just wanted to know that.
Right, but understand also that salaries change for people, right? So if we had people go out of position, I'm not saying that's the case here, I'd have to look individually at whatever code you're asking about, right? But we have people who leave a position, like let's say our retirees that are going off next year. People coming in are gonna have lower salaries, so you're gonna see a decrease in that code the following year, right?
I just wanted clarification of what that position was, not who it is or
Okay.
anything else, what, so that supervisor for instructional salaries,
So,
and is this also supervisor for non-instructional? I just didn't know what.
Knowing what the
title was.
yeah, so it's not supervisor, it'd be supervision,
Okay.
regular school, that's at the high school.
That's a state.
Yeah.
Phrasing supervision, that's what they call it. So the category is district supervision. But the curriculum person has a office assistant, has a staff member that helps that person, right? So they're non-instructional, where the curriculum director themselves is considered instruction.
more than likely what you're looking at, just to piggyback on that before I get to this. The categories and the numbers are all part of general municipal law. that
Yeah.
We follow. And it's made not just for schools, it's made for municipalities too, so. They're not always the easiest names to follow, right?
Right, these names have been in existence for a lot of years and, their description isn't very descriptive, let me just say.
When you're looking at 2020-150-01.
Yeah.
That's not one particular person, that's probably a group of individuals within that salary.
Right.
So my question wasn't related to that, it was only, I know you changed codes for certain things and you said that we'll see big changes on certain lines, or I thought you said earlier you're gonna note that for the final version, like not, if this is not as a result of moving a code, you wouldn't do anything here, but
Okay, so, but what I don't know exactly, if you're saying if I see a big difference, a big
yeah,
change
and
from
it's as
one
a
code,
result of moving them to a different code.
what do you consider a big change? I mean, as
Or
far
just
as,
noting where you moved.
right, because sometimes it's not
You just
moving.
said at the gas.
Sometimes it's not moving though, so salaries can just be salaries of people that have now in those positions rather than who was in them before. I mean, I could say, oh, 3 people moved from, I mean, that's a lot.
So Corey,
I think it's
are you
not
looking
big
almost
there.
for a note column to say this is what occurred in the code?
When we were
Yeah.
having all the presentations.
Yeah.
A lot of the lines, you said, oh, this is a new code, or this has been allocated to a different code, you'll see that this may be up 500, that may be down 500. I was just wondering if that could be noted.
Right, so you want,
Not,
right, so,
not the differences of like someone retired, like,
Yeah.
obviously I understand all of that stuff. I'm
Okay.
just- If it's as a result of simple accounting.
So,
I'm asking.
yeah, the more code, the more columns we add on, I mean, perhaps we'll put it in the landscape mode so that it can be, accommodate more
Even
information.
if it's just like an asterisk
Mhm.
and it has.
Okay. I just want to
allocated
understand what you're asking for.
Previously, yeah, I'm just, because it feels like it would save a lot of questions from people.
Okay,
If they can know that it's like simply because you wanted it in a different
Okay.
correct code
Okay.
versus changing the amount
Okay.
by a random. Thank you.
Any other questions on our 2010, 2020, 2070 codes? Sorry.
I'm in motion now, so I was just gonna do that. Okay. So we'll move on now to our 2250 and 2280, which has expenditures aligned to our special education program.
What is extra pay? I mean, I
So-
know what extra.
so
pay
extra
is.
pay, it's not just.
How do I get it?
It's actually above and beyond what you do. There could be approved type of work in your contract, right, where you get additional pay to do something. So we actually code payroll to those codes, so we know that there's people receiving extra pay above and beyond their
In addition
salary.
to a stipend that was approved.
Yeah, it could be overtime, it could be a stipend, it could be, but it's not their contractual salary. It's not their base salary, it's above and beyond their base salary. And in special ed, I don't know, maybe Chris, you could elaborate.
So what that might look like for PPS is sub-chair responsibilities. So we have several members of our team that chair CSE meetings. They are paid for work in excess of the school day. So for instance, after they chair their meeting, while they're not being paid for the chairing responsibilities, there is prep work and paperwork to be done for each IEP. In addition to that, there's also some tutoring and things like that that students may need throughout the school year for various reasons. And that would come out of those. So those are 2 examples of what might be in those lines.
And would I be correct in thinking that, like, for example, for those like the O1 would relate to the O1 position above the O2?
No,
No,
pay.
Oh, yes, yes,
Okay.
you're saying, but O1 is the high school.
Yeah,
O2
so that the extra
right.
pay, the O1 for there would be.
For that
high
building,
school.
right,
So that brings up a good point. I forgot to do that at the beginning.
yeah,
Can we just advise on the location?
right, so the O1 is high school, O2 is the middle school.
Sorry, thank you.
That's okay. O4 is BV. O6 is FGL. O7 is Furnace Woods. And O9 and 10 are district-wide.
Last year, we tried to figure out what happened to 05. We couldn't figure out.
Some school districts create one for every department.
Yeah.
You know, there's all different ways of breaking it out. We really just need it broken out by building for transparency purposes.
Yeah, I was gonna ask for a cheat sheet, but I was gonna do that later. Are we allowed, can we add that to the book, like
A
that?
key, sure.
Make it front, yeah, I'm making one now, and I'll give you that, if
Yep,
that
yep.
could be a page in the front, I'm visual. Yeah, I need to keep referring back to that.
Special ed tends to be one of your larger components of the budget.
So a new code in that, if you're looking at 2259, we pulled out the ENL staff because that the state requires us to break that out. And I also, I don't know if we're not down to 2820 and 2830, Mike? Okay,
Not yet.
those would be our social workers and psychologists.
Any questions?
So those ENL positions were all charged to 2250 before, that's why I mentioned it.
Okay, thank you.
Where do those represent themselves now?
2259.
That's a good example of reading the location code. The 09 is district wide. Think about it, the next dinner party you're attending, how you can
Yeah.
wow everybody with your understanding of general municipal budget.
Some of those people are assigned to specific
Yes.
buildings, but I look at them as district-wide employees.
Yes, because E&L in particular is based upon student need.
Right.
Your need may change, so we don't necessarily assign them to one building. So it's a good practice. Okay. Are we ready to move on to our guidance and health services, 2810 and 2815?
Correct, so that's the social workers and the psychologists that I pulled from 2250.
The big increase in 2810, 400, 02.
2810 400 would be a contractual code for the middle school.
Oh, I know what that is. So that's for the student assistance services?
So we receive student assistant services from I forgot the name of the company,
That's what it's called, SAS.
SAS, okay, from Student Assistance Services. I believe last year we were considering at this time reducing our reliance on their services. It's for student assistance, counselor. We did not actualize that change of reducing services. We actually increased services a little bit, and I believe that this is capturing that increase. So by the time, when the budget was adopted, we had one value, realizing we needed more. We added that as part of our operations last fall. And this is capturing that increase, I believe, because we're keeping services the same.
Right.
Yeah.
So Aaron and Chris reviewed that with the principals and determined that we need to keep that level of service going into next year. So for anybody who's not familiar with that, that does substance counseling, what other types of services do they?
Mental health counseling, I mean, that's a big component of it.
Pushing into classes for preventative, not just students who are using, but preventing students.
Thank you. All right, any questions before we move on from 2810 to 2850 to some of my favorite codes, the 2630 code? So Anita's on hand to answer any questions regarding her budget and 2610 code, instructional media and technology. As you look in here, the object code 490 is anything related to BOCES. And you should see that also reflected in the title. There's a couple of, go ahead.
I was gonna say the BOCES stuff, we also get 40% back on whatever we're paying to them, right?
Depending upon what it is, there's a higher reimbursement if you're using it for instructional purposes or if it's administrative purposes. Additionally, you also could actualize some returns of, because BOCES is nonprofit. So if they do have any profit at the end of the year based upon participation of districts, you could receive money back to that as well. And that goes into your, but it's the year after.
Right, and it all comes in as aid, it doesn't come back to credit the expense.
So that would be on the revenue side, and that's why it's sometimes hard to estimate, because we don't know if BOCES is actually gonna.
Right, it's expense driven, so when something is expense driven, it depends on how much you spend.
There's different ways that Jill and I have talked about this, because BOCES is a large component of our budget and it's in every department. There's been discussions on when we present it, do you present just the BOCES budget or do you present where it is? So that's always something we can revisit too, but
Other districts do.
every district I've been a part of has changed each year what they want to do.
It's funny because some of the software, for instance, used in the classroom, so it can be put into the instructional budget, or do you put it in the technology budget, right? Because so it depends on what part of it it's being supported. I think Benita could talk to that, actually.
Yeah, so we do have services, I consider them as instructional versus tools. Like iReady would be a curriculum instructional tool where Edpuzzle would be just a enhancement tool to technology. So we kind of, Margaret's department and I, like we talk to each other about, is that something they want to renew for next year? So I consider iReady to be curriculum where Edpuzzle would be like technology tool. So every year we go through, who's using, especially on the tool side, who's using it. Are they being utilized before we renew it for the following year?
Beneath the 2610, 2630 aggregately in the change column represents a savings of $373,000. Is that a reduction to the budget overall, or is there a shift in line item codes where some of the savings were reapplied to a number that doesn't represent itself inside of those two codes?
So in technology, there's a lot of, 2630 is mine, 2610 is more media, like library media. 2630, there's a lot of different allocations back and forth, as you probably heard me talk about transition from.
Yep.
HHCSD services to the NIT. So you will see the BOCES budget increased a lot, and also, we talked about Canon copiers as a huge budget that came into that. Then you would see the contractual side decreasing quite a bit. So in the BOCES side, you'll see the increase, but again, some of the services are a little bit extra because there's an admin fee that we add, BOCES adds to it. But in overall, then you get the money back, the aid
Right.
back, it's better.
Thank you.
So Benita brings up a good point. BOCES is a valued partner, but they are a vendor as well. And whenever we do pricing, you look at, is that administrative fee compared to not going through BOCES? Does that get too quick? Because BOCES can't just be a pass-through. BOCES has to add something onto the service. In software, a lot of times it's professional development. So you have to buy professional development from BOCES along with the tool so you can get the aid on it. So that's something that when our administrators are working at purchasing things through BOCES or not, those are some of the considerations they have to play.
Plus, like one of the EdLaw 2D, you probably heard me talk about it. That's the contract that we have to go back and forth, that a lot of contractors, like Google, for example, they won't sign the school district EdLaw 2D because there's a lot of school district that uses Google. So when BOCES contract, that administrative fee includes that negotiation of that contract with the EdLaw 2D, so we don't have to worry about that.
Thank you.
Any questions? Go ahead, Joe.
No, I was just gonna mention the library budget. So, last year, I think we budgeted for the library in the buildings and now it's being handled by the curriculum person. So you'll see there's blanks there where.
And just a reminder, this is not the Hendrick Hudson Free Library.
No, this is our own library.
Code covers what we pay for students to attend BOCES.
Oh, that's OC-Ed, that would be 2280.
That's 2280.
Yeah,
We're not there yet?
no, well, it's in the, you know what? We kind of skipped over it because it's one line in the budget and it's a big one. So in around third of the way down the page, 2280, 490, 1,212,000.
So it's up from last year.
Yes,
Jill, does BOCES still budget based upon your 3-year participation
yes.
rate?
So it's not based on sessions. Aaron and I investigated a little bit more this year just to make sure. It is based on sessions, but it's based on the history of how many sessions your students have applied for. So it's not based on, it's the number of students, but then each student takes a number of sessions. So they base it on the last 3 years and it's an average, and then whatever their cost is per year. So this year it's $120 per session. And I think we have 101 sessions. I believe that's what it was.
That's impressive. You have it off the top of your head. So theoretically, if we did not have any BOCES participation this year, we would still, they would adjust that, but they offer this up for our budget based upon our 3-year participation.
Right.
And is this number going up? I mean.
The
obviously
cost
from
of the
last-
program has gone up, obvious, but
But the
yes.
number of students we have attending, is that going?
That didn't really change too much, right?
No, it's pretty much the same. We have for each year, I mean, there's juniors and seniors going, so there's roughly about 65 per se, 70 per grade attending.
Did we, and I'm sorry, this is a very detailed question, so I apologize if I put you on the spot. Did we, PNW BOCES has seen an overall increase in participation without, they're basically at their limit, so we had to send some of our students to Southern Westchester. Does Southern Westchester charge us a cross-contract fee because that's not our home BOCES, so that might account for some of the increase as well?
They would, but I don't have that figured in there.
Do we have students going?
We do. We have a few students going to Southern Westchester. Initially, it was the beginning of the year, about 10, but it's dropped down to about 3 or 4 that we have going. Just because of particular programs that they wanted to study. Putnam Northern Westchester BOCES was at capacity.
Do we deny any kids the right to go to BOCES?
We don't.
No,
No.
we do not.
So if a kid wants to go, they
Yes.
can go.
Yep.
Do we have any specific requirements for them?
Yeah, I mean, each year they start in their junior year, so each year they have to have credits accumulated.
Okay,
So you 5.5 each year, so 9th and 10th grade, they'll compile those minimum requirements from their classes. Provided they're in good standing, and then they attend BOCES their junior year.
There's also,
BOCES has a process for allowing students to enter, which has gotten more difficult over the last 2 years as they've seen an increase in the number of students who want to attend BOCES. So in order to support our students who are looking for that tech program, which is why we partnered with Southern Westchester BOCES this year to ensure that every student who wanted to get that type of education, the ability to get that type of education.
is there a grade point average associated with attending BOCES? Like you need a certain average GPA to attend?
To attend, you have to be in good standing. I mean, in other words, you have to, your credits.
Or
Yeah,
you have to
passing.
be-
Yeah. So in other words, right, you have to accumulate your credits going into junior year. That's what we look for as one of the prerequisites. But as Ms. Collins said, I mean, the BOCES this year, their application, they have students writing a little bit of an essay. So they've kind of, revamped or looked at their application. And again, it is, there's a lot of students in the area, not just from here, but who really want to attend BOCES.
BOCES is at the point where they have to consider their footprint and their building usage. BOCES, for them to expand, they would have to enter into a capital project. To get that passed, they have a much higher threshold than we would as a single school district. They actually have to have their component, any school district that's a component of BOCES, if they want to do a capital project to expand their space, they have to get, what is it? It basically has to pass most of the district's voting populace that's in there as well too, and to pass it.
Yeah, there's 18 districts.
Rockland did it recently, so. But it's also, there's 1-year programs, there's 2-year programs, there's programs. Kids have to put their first, second, third choice programs, they don't always get their first choice programs. So this has been an ongoing.
Any other questions on 2630, 2610? Mr. Baker is not here, but we will write down any questions for him if we can't answer them as we transition to 2855 interscholastic athletics.
So in this case, I moved the athletic director's salary into athletics. So it was in the 1310 code, which was in the upper portion of the budget. It was in the finance area of the budget previously. And I'm guessing, an athletic director is the I don't really know why, but I'm guessing because that was, it is a district-wide position. It's not specific to the high school or anything. I mean, it is and it isn't, right? So, but I pulled it out and it's in athletics as well as his office assistant.
I know we're anticipating him to retire in December, correct?
Yes.
And we're gonna hire somebody.
Mhm.
And we were thinking of doing an overlap potentially. Is that budgeted somewhere in this?
It's
In the
it's
budget
in
somewhere?
there.
Okay.
Are his 2 additional modified soccer coaches in here?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything that anyone proposed at the meetings from when we started until now is included in the budget.
Unless we made a decision.
Yeah, there was a couple of things that I pulled, like from operations when Anthony comes, we can talk about that. And then from Chris's budget, there was a couple of things we reduced, but those are the only two areas really.
The costs here are just the salary, not the associated costs in terms of
For which,
benefits, TRS, all of it, that's.
no,
just
that's in the,
baseline.
that's in the, a different part.
Thank you.
Benefits would be in the
The
9,000
nine,
still.
yeah.
Any questions on interscholastic athletics? We are almost exactly on time here, folks. I haven't thrown anything that. So we will now move to co-curricular activities. What we will do for this particular case is we'll let the board take a look at those codes. And then we'll ask Ms. Scollins and Mr. Giovanazzi, after you've had a chance to look at those codes, to come up, provide you with an update on co-curricular activities within their building this year, and then recommendations for next year. So we'll give the board a few minutes to look at the 2850 codes. Here's a question I have, and I'm sorry if it's too detailed. Where's prom budgeted for?
Where's what?
Prom, springtime.
Prom is self-funded.
Self-funded,
Yeah.
senior class
Okay.
fundraising and ticket cost and a lot of things.
That's a good view. Sure.
Graduation should be in here too.
Graduation is in the
Mhm.
High school.
general high school budget.
Anybody need more time before we ask Anthony to come up first for the middle school, and then we'll have Lauren come up after Anthony. Mr. Giovanazzi. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for having us here. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the support of our students. We have 27 clubs at the middle school. Obviously not as many as at the high school. And I do have average attendance for each club. And attendance has been good overall. Not every student goes to every single meeting, but I did ask the advisors and the people running clubs to just keep a tab of running attendance throughout the year for me. I would like to keep all clubs moving forward because although there might only be 5 or 6 kids on average in a club, it's a good way for our middle school kids to get connected and accumulated with the middle school, acclimated with the middle school. And could be a potential that would connect them not only with some staff members in the building, some students that are colleagues after school that have the similar interest, but also can make a connection instructionally so that they perform, better academically. Research says that if students feel connected to the building, that they perform better academically. And although we don't have as many clubs as the high school, I would like to continue to run the clubs that we currently run, as well as maintaining average attendances and giving opportunities for kids. There's a slight $100 increase in our budget code only because we needed to budget a little bit more money for some musical rights for our musical. That's the only real increase in our overall budget for our after-school clubs and activities.
And just to plug, while you said that, we do have our high school musical this weekend. Hello Dolly, there's a performance this evening at 7 and then tomorrow at 2. One. And then the Blue Mountain Middle School, what's the 13? Yeah, Friday night at 7 and 2 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. And I believe some of our students will be performing at the board meeting this Wednesday. Kids are working hard. They're very excited about it.
Well, have any new clubs been introduced?
This year we had a sewing club that was introduced. And I want to sit with the advisor and see how many kids have shown up and see if it's worthwhile pursuing to going into next year.
So how do the clubs get updated based on student interests? Because I know we're rolling over everything and I agree with you, clubs are very valuable. But I'm just wondering, do they align currently with the student interest in the population that you now have? I mean, a lot of these clubs have been around for a very long time.
Right. This was the only club that came to me this year with the paperwork, the advisor, an objective, how they were gonna run the club. And again, I think that we moved forward, it's a sewing club, so I wanna check in with that advisor to see if it's something worth pursuing.
Stephanie, part of what we asked our principals to do coming to here was, as Mr. Gimnazi said, look at the attendance, because that would tell us if this club is not being attended, that would probably be a club that is not meeting students' needs, and we would consider moving on from it.
So it's a teacher who proposes the club, not the student.
No, the student proposes the club, make sure that they get an advisor for the
Advisor.
club. Comes up with the rationale, when they'll meet, how many kids they think there'll be, and it runs for a trial for a year. To see what the student interest is, to see what the student attendance is, and to see if it's worth moving forward and recommending it to be in a recognized club with stipend.
Okay.
So you may remember early on this year, we had a resolution because there were clubs running that were not in the contract. And we had to we had to do an MOA to update that to match the student need because they're in clubs. Any questions for Mr. Gimnazi?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Ms. Collins.
So this is the time of year where every junior comes to you with a new club at the high school. It looks great on a college resume to say, hey, I started a club at my high school. So I am constantly auditing and taking a look at our total of 43 clubs that we have at the high school. Some of them are always longstanding, the freshman class, sophomore class, junior class, senior class, which of course support the activities like prom and our exciting end of high school careers. The other clubs that we take a look at this year, we as you just heard, had a resolution to change the way some of these clubs were listed in the contract and to ensure that we were in line with the HHCA contract. And we ran a couple of clubs that were first year clubs, so an unpaid year, and then had clubs that were, this is their first official year. So I'll speak a little bit about our music culture club. This was one that ran unpaid last year and was officially a club this year. It has routinely about 25 students who are attending, and they listen to music, share music, talk about different themes in music. It is very vibrant and we're learning a lot about different types of music as you walk by the room. They also, students who present different types of music are asked to create a brief discussion and thought topics for that type of music that they're presenting within the club. Running for a first year this year unpaid is our Interact Club, which is in conjunction with our local Rotary. So that is supported and working to support our community and our students volunteer within the community, and then have started different initiatives within the building, like a giving tree around the holidays for families in need. A couple of our clubs that have lower attendance, where I've been having initial conversation with the advisors that may not run next year, our chess club. We have about 5 students who regularly attend. And our Girl Up Club, that was started a number of years ago, and the number of students who are in that is about 6. And they are no longer, they're going to be graduating this year. So it doesn't seem to be as popular moving into the following year. I have had a number of students come to me pretty recently with the new and exciting clubs that they want to run. One that we will be entertaining is the Model UN. And they have had conversation with another group of students who would like to bring in more of a current event conversation. So we'll be looking at what that looks like at the high school level. The process in order to do that is students schedule a meeting with me to discuss the types of clubs they're interested in. I then have them fill out, there's a old school paper kind of petition where they think about and draft their ideas. From that, it is then put into a Google form that I share with Dr. Garcia and Mr. Trombley. That club that, if it's approved, would then run unpaid for a year. And at the end of that first year, there is an evaluation form where the club advisors and the students in charge have the, reflect on the purpose and how the year went. So that is something that the Music Culture Club will be doing at the end of this year. Just a couple more fun things I wanted to share. We've had an incredible increase in our newspaper, our Anchor Club this year, and our Stars and Stripes Club, both run by Mr. Codner. Really, our last summer, Mr. Codner went and learned about podcasting. So our students have been engaging in podcasting and learning about different types of journalism through that course, which has also really increased our journalism class during the school day, which is exciting. And then our Stars and Stripes, our local partnership with our veterans, has been a really big increase in our club this year, as well as our STEM, our science club has also really increased this year. Any questions?
Just looking at the club catalog, I don't see the robotics club here.
Robotics club is within the science STEM club, so they do robotics within that club, but it's not its own separate club.
And do they need an advisor to run a club?
Yes.
Same thing as the next one.
Thank you, Ms. Collins. Just a plug for the Stars and Stripes Club. I am the combination of the podcasting. I was interviewed by Stars and Stripes Club as part of the Veterans History Project, and students did a fantastic job. And I also believe our Stars and Stripes Club will be attending an event to honor town of Portland veterans later in March. So not only the co-curricular program is well supported here, and I thank you for that. These are the interests that our students may have outside of our standard curriculum and our standard learning day, and some of this, just like athletics, and connected to us. So thank you for your continued support of that, and to the buildings for managing the process too. Any questions on co-curricular activities? Hey, this time, President Mills, we have a scheduled public comment.
Is anyone registered? No. Okay, thank you. That brings us to. We got a break now?
We are ahead of schedule, folks.
All right, we're ahead of schedule. We are set to return at approximately 12:30, but I'm gonna propose we return at approximately 12 p.m. Do I need to make a motion to change that, make a change? To return at 12, is that 12:30? Can I have a motion to change? All in favor?
At this time, I would like to thank all of our administrators who came today to help fill in some of the questions that we had. I know it's time away from your families, but you are the face of some of these programs that we're looking into in the building, and the first point of contact that our families and community members who may be voting on this come into. So your ability to be able to turn what today are numbers, and we all know that these numbers have people behind them. And your presence here and the information you provide helps keep that in, helps bring that to the forefront. So thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, we are back live to make sure that we have a motion to take our lunch break.
Motion to take lunch break
Second.
And return at noon. Second, all in favor?
and return at noon.
2, 1, action.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to the Hendrick Hudson Board of Education meeting. Can I get a motion to reconvene the meeting?
Motion.
I have a second. All in favor? All right, that brings us into the next part of our meeting, which is the line by line review. General support, pupil transportation, community services, and undistributed categories.
Fantastic. So yes, we will begin our discussion this afternoon, or a review, excuse me, with the 5510 codes, the 5530, and the 9732 codes. We're looking at transportation services. One thing of note, Jill, I believe we started budgeting for. Did we create a central fund for trips? Is that still by building?
No, it's still by building.
Is the bus garage materials and supplies to transition to the new buses?
No.
Oh, that's not a change. I'm sorry. I thought that was a actual gain. I'm sorry.
Which one is that?
Nothing. I
Okay.
had the wrong titles. Do we have to do anything for that for next year, or would that be the following year?
For the electric
For the
buses.
electric buses?
So we're transitioning, we're gonna be transitioning, but we're piloting a couple of new buses. Electric buses this year coming, sorry. They haven't come in yet, so we haven't, had the experience to use them yet. But no, we're gonna be putting in a proposition. To the budget this year, to fund, additional ones, going forward.
Buses, but then the garage space and stuff like that, do we have to meet?
So Anthony would have to speak to that, as far as the garage goes and what we can do.
Anthony, could you just give us an overview of some of the things we may need to reconsider or address as we make a transition to fully electric buses, such as the infrastructure to support them, anything that we need to start planning for in terms of long trips or routes, anything that we might need to change as we go into this?
So as of right now, for the transition, we're preparing, but we're only delving into this only so far. So if we're only getting a couple of buses to start, the infrastructure, the main infrastructure of the bus garage will support that. We'll just have to add chargers and so forth for those buses. But at some point in time, when we get further down the process, depending on where this takes us, this journey, because we don't know yet with SCD, because they keep going back and forth on when the ending date is, how much of this fleet you're gonna have to turn over to being electric buses. So once we know that, we can figure out a plan for electrifying the whole bus garage or more charging stations, et cetera. But as of right now, we would only need several charging stations, and the bus garage would support that in its current state. But somewhere down the road, we would need transformers, we would need additional equipment to get us up to snuff to do everything. In terms of maintenance and repair on the buses, it's supposed to be less because it has, in terms of braking and slowing down and all that, it's less wear and tear on the bus, and that's one of the advantages of the electric buses. So in terms of materials and supplies, that should lessen for certain aspects of the bus. And then in terms of trips, yes, we would have to plan out our daily day because we do have a 4-tier system. So some of our buses during the course of the day are running 2 and 3 and 4 trips, or bus runs, I should say. And then we would just have to figure out how that's gonna work with taking an athletic trip or sports trip, so to speak, or an academic trip during the course of the day, et cetera. I'm also under the belief that eventually where we're going is gonna also have that infrastructure, at some time and place. So if we go somewhere on a trip, we will be able to hit a charging station at some other location. So we won't have to necessarily 100% rely on our charge to get us there and back, but that would take some coordination and some planning.
Thank you, Anthony.
Yeah, and the debt for those buses, they don't come out of those lines in the 5510 and 5530. They come out in the 9s. You'll see the funding for that when we go over that.
Is the current bus garage's location okay to be outfitted? Or converted to an electrical bus garage?
To a
Because
certain
the
degree.
building, like where residential is and how far it has to be away.
Nobody's stipulating any of that to me yet. My concern with the charging is, currently in the configuration that we park some of our buses outside, some of our buses inside. So we would have to designate area outside of the bus garage to also charge our fleet, which to me becomes concerning in terms of security of those devices and security of those buses that need to be charged outside.
Okay. So there is no regulation right now in town of Portland for how many feet it has to be away from residential?
I think we're in a mixed zone, so we're in a commercial, mixed zone, so
Okay.
we fall under that. But yeah, it would have to be something that we'd have to approach because the property that we're on is actually on the bus garage itself is in the village of Buchanan. And then the property in the front of the building is the town of Portland. We're in Montrose, so we're on two different pieces of property. So we'd have to approach both municipalities in discussion.
Thank you, Anthony. Any questions, board, on our transportation lines? Okay. Moving on to our operations and maintenance. 1620, 1621, 1622. So conceptually, you're thinking about how we structure this day. This morning was our instructional program, and this afternoon is our operations.
So one of the changes we made, we talked about a little earlier, from the original presentation to now was the removal of, we had $100,000 budgeted for the, to fund the capital reserve. We know we're going to put it in for a proposition, and if it were to pass, we were gonna fund it with that 100,000. We took that out, because if we can still create the fund, the reserve, but we don't have to fund it. We have 10 years to fund that reserve, for what we, when we think we have remaining funds in the budget at the end of a fiscal year. We can always add money to that reserve at any time if we get it passed.
So that's an example of, we're not looking just at staffing as we develop this budget and the parameters changed. We did take a look at other things that we were adding that could be removed to help us balance the budget. And that $100,000 as well.
I'm not sure if you can answer this question, Anthony, and I'm not meaning to put you on the spot, it's just an observation. So we have utilities electric.
Which code?
One's A 6120-427-10.
Yep.
That's our electricity expenses with the solar panels on the roofs, and is that, like, what exactly does that falls in that category? And I know we are working on the EPC that eventually will save us even more, so I just wanted to call that out.
Sure. Our electrical code encompasses everything electrical, but it also has Con Ed in there. And Con Ed does some of our electric for our ball field lights, and then they do our gas. So both of those are falling in there. So our electric through NIPA, which is our standard electric that we get from off the poles in the street. And then solar, what we're producing here. So that's a power purchase agreement. So everything we produce solar wise, we purchase that through that company that's overseeing it now. And then, like I said, Con Ed for the gas and electric portion that they provide. You had
We anticipate that going down with the EPC with the lights.
yeah, that was the other part. So with the EPC, it is my understanding that when we go to LED, we're gonna lessen our electrical load as well. So I'm anticipating that, so that's kind of like why that number isn't like overinflated going high. However, this year with our utility costs for electric, I did see a little bit of a spike in our usage only because we had an extended winter or a very cold winter in certain sections, so we were running our heating system a little bit more than we have in the past several years. So we did see a little bit of an increase in costs. Also with NIPA, when we have those cold snaps, generally their cost for producing electricity goes up as well. So they pass those costs along to us. So we'll see some spikes in the winter in terms of our cost for electric. So our electric bill will go up. And that's the one nice thing about with the solar, because the solar stabilizes that. So we pay a flat rate for solar and it goes up a certain percentage a year, but we always know what that rate is going to be. The downside to the solar during a harsh winter like we had, or a cold, or where we had snow, the snow covers the solar panels, so we wind up having a lesser rate of generation of power. So our solar production, dips down. So now I'm more reliant on NIPA and our outside electric.
Great, that's a good explanation. Thank you.
One thing we need to keep an eye on, Anthony, I talked about this, we will most likely have to look at cooling options for our buildings with the heat bill. And so you may see some impact on our electricity, but that's just something to be aware of.
So in terms of that, if you want to expand on that a little bit, yes, the heat bill is coming up. So we're looking at options to, that starts in the September of 25. That we have to have a plan in place, but to try to get ahead of the curve, I've spoken to Mr. Tremblay about it a couple of times. In terms of what we can do to, by subsidize, some, for lack of a better term, window units for air conditioning in some of the classrooms, and starting in the elementary schools and then expanding out from there. So we are looking at that, but again, as we add those, it's going to add to our plug load as well. But in theory, that should be in our shoulder months, which will be in like the Septembers, Octobers, and then, the Mays and the Junes. So those are the times that I'm not running my heating system. So now I'm running my cooling system, which will drag on my electrical load a little bit further in terms of that. But going back to what we talked about earlier with the EPC, hoping to shed some of that load in terms of the lighting. So it's kind of just moving it from year to year. So we have to see what that's going to bring us over the next year or two.
Thank you. Any other questions on our 16, 20, 21, 22 operation and maintenance codes?
Okay, so 1622 was added this year. Well, it wasn't really added. Part of it was added because we're making the security as part of the budget. It's a bigger part of our budget now.
So yes, so it was split. We added more to those codes. You can see a large change. Because we have started to devote time, energy, and attention to that. Okay. We will move on now to the Board of Education, Central Administration, Business Administration, Legal and Personnel Codes, which are grouped together as our 1010, 1040, 1060, 1240, 1310, 1320, 1325, 1330, 1420, 1430, and 1910. Carmen, we again this year did budget for an additional budget vote. As a best practice, we hopefully don't need to use it, but because of the expense associated with votes, it's a good practice to have that in as a funding if need be.
What's that cost? Or what line is it? Where is it?
It's not, it's the first district meeting, 1060-400-10. Yes.
Yeah. We had to double up on 1060.
Yes, 1060, 400-10.
And for that DEI coordinator, that increase,
What's that coming?
the DEI coordinator,
Which code are we looking at?
10-490-10. OT services. What we added,
Oh, that's to support, so we're anticipating partnering with BOCES on work of supporting our pathways to a dynamic community. So that would be if that group, if you think of what that task force is doing and how we live up to our mission, that group is gonna make recommendations. And if there's any professional learning that comes out of that for our staff, we want to make sure we have funds available for that.
That's the 45.
Yes,
that's part of the board budget right now.
Technically 10-10. It's 10-10,
It's under BOCES services. Right now,
right.
we're gonna go use BOCES for that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, eventually would that move to curriculum or, like
I've seen it
professional
in the
development?
superintendent, right?
Yeah.
We could probably move it to professional development, but we know it would probably come to BOCES.
Does this take into consideration upgrading board docs?
Yeah. Yes.
Sure.
And it also takes into consideration that we're doing a lot of, ourselves are doing a lot of independent training.
Yes. Department did budget for additional
Actually,
portion.
It's the new one.
the thing you mentioned earlier is in 1240, 490, not 1010. The
So that's
coordinator,
BOCES. That's the superintendent's BOCES contraction or contraction.
the thought exchange.
Is that the increase was then through BOCES, the started change? That additional footwear, we,
10-490 is not the consultant
For
or
the community.
professional learning, it's the that's the thought exchange.
Here's
10-490. Dash 010.
Right, I have the worksheets up from the earlier meeting.
That's the thought exchange.
490.
It's primarily.
It says diligent community, board docs and super
Oh, yeah,
eval.
no, it's not.
Oh, it's not fully, it's not fully full. One of
No.
the things it's.
What are the things under that line item?
I was like 45,000.
No, thought exchange is not 45,000.
Oh, that includes Greg.
Yes.
So that's what it is, that 10-490-10 is, that includes Greg, and then diligent community.
And thought exchange.
Oh,
Yes, Tamika?
1620, sorry, I'm going back.
Okay, sorry.
400-10 furniture.
Yes,
Are we doing like a spec book that people are gonna pick from, or are we still allowing?
no,
Okay.
it's centralized now under Anthony's office. We anticipate moving forward to bridging it with instruction because the impact of flexible learning spaces. But we want to make sure that it comes out of one budget code and that one person has control. And yes, we will, I anticipate us identifying a vendor or two or three that our principals will be able to order from. In a previous district, when I was overseeing this, we actually had a demo room. We didn't want to go live with anything unless it was tested out, so we would purchase, we would work with the vendors and get samples. And then test them out. We found out, hey, rolly chairs are really bad in this situation, right? So if we could move in that direction.
And that's to build on that is to do like a standardized book,
Mhm.
right? So like once you've identified all the things that, right, then you find works, right? You do like a standardized book so that anybody that wants anything, you have to go to that book and select from those catalogs. As like.
Official name.
It's called a task chair, not a release chair.
Well, hey, nobody's made a comment about the presentation.
I'm
colors.
assuming that you guys do have like the approved vendor list. I was gonna
right?
say, the only thing is
Because
that can change because of what vendors become available for us to use as a school district. You know, so it's vetted by the state and if it's not on state contract, we can't utilize it and so forth. So that can change.
It's also,
Yeah, I was gonna say, plus like you never, just from
being in a classroom, things change all the time. You never know what works one year and you might not want the next year. So like having just the approved vendor list and then selecting from those should work.
This also includes non-classroom furniture as well too.
Yeah.
So you can have like some cohesion across.
Right.
So there's not like.
Yeah,
just
color
random
schemes and things
thrown,
like that.
I mean, there's not just random things everywhere. It's go from building to building.
That line was also reduced
Yes,
from 300 to 200.
and primarily we reduced what we thought would be impacting the classrooms.
I think the only other departments that have furniture were like Chris, because they require specific items, and there's one other one I can't remember, but it was, they're centrally located here now, so.
If we flip over our agenda, if you have a paper copy of it, Jill, do you want to explain the 9901 and the 9950 codes?
Oh, the transfers?
Yeah.
Okay, so the transfer, transfer to other funds, the 100,000 versus the 85 last year. That's for our extended school year program. The general operating budget is responsible for 20% of that program. So that's just an estimate. Obviously, we don't know the total cost of that, but we have to fund the special aid fund. So it's a transfer to the special aid fund, up to $100,000. So that should cover the 20% that we're gonna owe. The other, the transfer you see, okay, so this is repurposed or reallocated to other codes, and that was the 9901 960-10. That's where we fund all our debt, principal and interest. Instead of representing that in the debt service fund, there's no reason to do that unless you're refunding a bond. So we're gonna just expense it all in the general fund, which is really, it's the same thing. If you show the transfer of the expense, it's 2.5 million. If you add up all those little codes between 9711 down to 9789, those would be the new debt amounts for this year. So it's basically just a switch there from where we're transferring money or where we're expending the money, what fund we're expending it in. And then the but except for the last piece there, the buses too, below that. So they were transferring out 2.5 million plus the 350 to the debt service fund and then expensing it in there. It really makes no difference. The only reason you use the debt service fund is to expense a refunded bond. They were just they must have refunded bonds at one point. They were expending everything in the debt service fund. It doesn't make any difference. We still have to show the expense, whether it's in that fund or in the general fund, but they're interchangeable. So I moved it all back to the general fund so we could all see it in one place and you could identify what it's for. The buses, the computer leases, the EPC, the bond issues. So they're all identified right there. So that's what that's all about. And then the bottom one there that says budget adjustment, that was just a, NYSERDA gave us a grant for the 500,000. That's in the last year column, but not in a this year column. So it increased our prior year's budget by 500,000, and that's the work that's being done on the, at BV for the air monitoring. Those are those lines right there.
Thank you, Jim.
I'm assuming the benefits line for 9 and 10 are just split, right?
8, 9, and 10. I'm sorry. The health insurance lines?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, so instead of lumping it all into, I have to separate it for transparency reasons for the state. So the 800,000 is our Medicare reimbursements to retirees for Part B Medicare. The 6.8 million is what we pay.
9060 800 I thought I didn't realize we were done.
Oh,
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it's the last.
did you have questions on the other stuff still?
No,
Oh,
I just didn't know we moved on.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. It's over. Are we
Oh, it's
still at
okay.
transfer?
The coffee hasn't kicked in.
No.
Okay, the Medicare reimbursements is the 800,000. And then the retiree health benefits, the 6.8, right? And then the active employees
our 7.4. But yeah, that's comparable to our 14.7 for last year, except obviously the rates have gone up, so yeah. Yeah. Retiree expenses, our retiree expense is almost even with our active employee expense at this point. And that's happening in a lot of districts. I know BOCES, I think it's gone the other way. It's completely, the retiree expense is actually more than what their active employee expenses.
Any any questions on our interfund transfers? We'll now delve into what we just touched on, our 90-20, 90-10, 90-30, 40-45, 90-50, 90-60, 90-89, 97-32 are undistributed expenses, expenditures, insurance benefits, and debt services. So we're staying on the same page.
Right, so the retirement expenditures for the non-instructional group are at like 16.1%, I believe, of the salaries, and the teachers are at 10 point, I think it's 10% even. They just made it 10% on teachers' salaries. So next year we'll be charged 10% on the current year's salaries and 16.1 on the non-instructional. And Social Security hasn't gone up as far as the rate goes, but the salaries go up, so that's gonna go up. And then workers' comp, life insurance, and unemployment, they all have their own individual rates.
Joe, could you dive into what you mentioned about the non-instructional employees and our retirees, I'm sorry, that were charged based upon the percentage of our overall
Salaries,
salaries?
New York State. That's our contribution. That's the district's contribution. TRS and ERS, maybe I'm calling it pension plan.
That's okay, I just.
Yep.
Reading the number and missed.
We try to stay away from acronyms.
Thank God, because all that's lost.
Okay, any questions? Okay, what I will ask the board to do is if you could turn to, I could go to the comparative data portion, so it's, I'm not gonna call it pink. I think it's more violet. Yes, violet.
Lilac.
Lilac, I'm not gonna say lilac. Say purple.
Just said it. Yeah, you just
I
said
did
it.
just say that, thank you. Okay, so if you turn to about midway towards the end of that packet, right before the tax cap, you'll see a form that says administrative compensation information. It's like this. The upper left is after the testing, demographic data, report card data.
We need some more tabs. Yeah.
Those little post line tabs. Oh, it's a while. That's if we do this.
Oh, I see.
I'm there.
So yes, in the comparative data, you'll see our report card, our school report cards, our demographic data. The form I'm having you look at right now is an official notice that we have to provide. It's for any administrator salary any administrative salary that is over $169,000, we have to disclose that. So you'll see our disclosure for next year laid out here.
Actually, this is the
Oh, disclosure for 23-24.
Yeah, we don't have
We don't have it yet.
this is what was filed in May of 24. We don't have the new one yet.
Okay.
We have to still do it. It's not due yet. And we don't have those final numbers anyway yet.
So that's there for you to review.
Yeah.
Also the next page, if you move past the white divider, you'll see the official tax cap form that we filed. that has to be disclosed as well.
Right.
And then we move into one of my favorite sections of the budget book.
It's not so favorite right now.
Is the comparative data. So we often talk about our budget in isolation. And I always found it helpful to provide comparative data to show where we stand within our three BOCES region. So if you go after the tax cap, the remainder of the budget book will have various types of comparative data to look at. So we belong to the Putnam, Northern Westchester BOCES, but all of the districts within our region, it's Putnam, Northern Westchester, Southern Westchester, and Rockland, I believe.
Yeah.
We put together various data about our district and where we quote unquote rank within that. So this will have various aspects of our budget compared to other districts and how they spend it. And then we show a rank in there as well, and most of them will also show a cost per pupil.
The first one is missing the rank.
Yes.
And
What is that? Serious. Town dollars. The first one. The last. No.
the last one,
Cable assessment, oh, that's the equalization rate, if it's 100% versus if they use a multiplier.
where are you on the last?
I think Jeremy is on the
Last form?
last comparative data, that is taxable assessments and equalization rates.
Did that SC represent whether they're fully active or they use like an assessed value? rate
Right,
and use stuff?
right, if they're at 100, at 100.
Thank you.
What is the rank for state aid?
Rank for
Which one are you?
You have to go back to that tax levy star stating from public rates, so this sheet, yeah, that's what.
So yes, first. It's backwards, you want to.
No, I can figure it out, but yeah, all right, I'm not crazy. That's
No.
the next one. I will look at that.
So the first comparative data after the white sheet, the rank is basically. I believe. It says if you were receiving the most. Revenue, it's which district is receiving the most revenue from those sources. But then also make sure you take a look at, this doesn't do a pure per pupil amount, some of them will.
So we'll add more of the sheets that are available, and what we found out when we were doing this was that some of these were not populated with information, so we had to go in and populate them, and we populated as many as we could before we had to stop and make copies. So we're gonna continue adding to the book.
Can we do this comparison as a per pupil expenditure?
Yeah, which one you, like the total
This one,
general
if
funding?
if we could do the school districts and have the per pupil expenditure. So if I'm looking at this, I mean, it's helpful, but I think if I was looking at it at home.
Which page, what does it read across the top?
223-24 general fund revenue,
Yeah.
tax levy, star, state aid and other.
But that would not be expenditure, because this is our revenue coming in.
Right.
But you're looking to see where we rank, how much state aid.
Yeah, this
we
is
have per
not
pupil.
expenses.
So if we're spending $34,000 per pupil.
Yeah, so that's not on this.
Okay,
chart.
is it in here somewhere else?
Yes, it's broken.
I
down,
think
so
if you look in the report card section, is that something you?
So it drills down even further, Stephanie. Let's take an example. Go to the total teaching expenses, actual expenses for 23-24. So that's a clarification. This is not based on our proposed budget. This is on the 23-24 actual budget. If you take a look at for the total teaching, that breaks it down into, it considers aspects of our budget code that deal with teaching. So the 2110 primarily, they'll take a look at where Hendrick Hudson ranks in terms of the region of just a portion of our budget that is dedicated to that. The rank in the region, and then it will show you the pure pupil amount of our of where we stand in the region. So what we're showing here is that as a portion of our budget, we have the highest portion of our budget in the region dedicated to the teaching. And when you go for per pupil, we're seventh. Does that help?
It does, but I think it'd be.
Overall budget?
It would be easier to follow at home if you could see, how much Carmel is spending per pupil.
Think we can get that from the report, from the accountability, website, the fiscal accountability website gives that information, but it's also like a year old. They don't give them, because we didn't end 24, 25 yet, so it's like, it's like a year old when we look at it, yeah, but. it
I
gives
just
you-
think it'd be easier for people to follow at home and to compare.
Yeah,
That's just that portion of the budget. To read this, just be very clear that you're looking at the total teaching expenses. That's not your pure pupil cost divided by your overall budget. So if you flip the next
Right.
page, you can see it drills down in there to even the instructional cost. You can see that our rank is much different when you break it down by that variable in the region. And we're gonna get you more.
I don't understand. How is everyone at 55% on average for their? Oh, that's general.
So they always list the general fund first, like your overall budget is the first. Then they show you the portion of your budget dedicated to whatever title that is. So in this particular case, total instruction. I believe what this does is this does not include salaries.
Okay,
Whereas total teaching slot, comparative data did.
what is this equal? I mean, it just seems that it's, I mean, Haldane has a higher. In total dollars, and that's the case of paid. Oh, no, that's supposed to be. So, but how did that, I don't understand.
What it's showing here is that, Jill, do you know?
What page are we
Part of the ST3, so the ST3 is it's a document we file with the state to get our state
Right.
aid. And we have to break down a whole bunch of our expenditures and it's taken from there.
right,
So it's the total instructional. Do you know what makes up the total instructional?
all the 2110, yeah, the entire 2000, like it just, yes, all
But
of
not
the
salaries.
2000 codes.
Can't be salaries because it says we only spend $3 million. of our-
No, it would be more like
Everybody.
45 million.
Yeah. Not even close.
So we should look at the numbers perhaps and see that they're correct. Where are you looking? Because I'm looking on this one that says actual expenses, total teaching.
Go to the next one, total instructional.
Total instructional, everybody on the list is between 47 and 58%, and we're at 4.25.
Yeah, I see that. So the total instruction there, that number can't be right, can't be correct.
I think we said one of some stuff wasn't.
It wasn't, and yeah,
So this is filed with BOCES. And BOCES produces this through what's called the clearinghouse that we can have access to. So
right, but if it's not populated correctly, it's only as good as the information that's, so obviously that's not a good number.
Yep.
I'll look into it.
Like the total teaching, that like what you pay for the teachers as opposed to.
That to me is the total instruction number because that's about right. It says 39 million, so that to me is,
there's probably some crossover. with that, yeah.
yes.
So we'll make sure that we clarify that.
I'm just on the data this one, the nyscd.gov. This has the per pupil cost for our district for 23-24.
Jill, can you send that to me and I'll update the board?
It's on our website. Okay, it's on our website?
It's on our website.
Yeah, it is.
For these numbers that we get from somewhere, or we got them from like internally.
So when we file a state form at the end of the year, it's supposed to pull from
It's
that.
supposed to populate with those numbers, but it, yeah.
Yes, so that,
Yeah, I
and
don't
there,
know.
and with an error.
If you go under, our district.
And what
Menu and the, where it says New York State District Data.
I'm gonna have Greg pull it up.
Oh, there it is, right there. Right, so if you click on,
Go, Greg.
yeah.
It's under,
No, so then just,
digital resources.
Which one do you want me to click on?
Digital resources, no. You're talking about the cost per pupil, Mike?
Mhm.
So I think school report card. And then, oh, they don't have the fiscal, I'm looking for the fiscal information. Boy. You want me to look for that while you go over the report card stuff, or you're not gonna look at that?
I wasn't gonna go over the school report card. We could. We can follow up as an, I have it, I'm keeping a list of things we need to follow up on. So we can make sure that we get that and update the board.
Accountability, I was trying to build the report, but.
Yeah.
It's not working.
Cost per student and some other report that we've seen.
Yeah, I think it's this one. It calculates it, it should give the calculation if you, but there's not there's usually a fiscal accountability tab,
Oh.
and I don't see it on there.
You mean the cost per pupil?
Yeah, to get that number, and they,
We were given it in an email. So we had the cost per pupil, I believe it was 34 something,
mhm. But it's usually populated on this page, because if we can calculate.
37,402.
And where did that come from?
My,
No, I'm asking because there's all different ways to calculate it, right? You could do a straight budget. Divide by the number of students, you know, there's different ways. So if you know.
it would be helpful to look at Hendrick Hudson's cost per pupil.
In comparison, yeah.
In comparison, like we have the other districts here, because
Mhm.
these are a lot of numbers to digest. So to me, being, just a regular resident, it would be a helpful guide to judge how we compare.
So that, the clearinghouse does have a lot of capability to produce that data. We have to also rely on the other districts to file it. So we'll see if we can find the pure pupil ranking for us and how we compare it to districts.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions or any questions I haven't asked? Any questions on the budget book itself and some of the information that's in there? So Greg, can we go back to our slide deck? I want to go to slide 223. So as we always do, we'll take a look at our financial projections. Jill, any update to be aware of on these?
No, but I did include it in here in the green section. It's the last page.
What's in your budget?
I mean, if you want to see it up close. We keep seeing the same one, but I did update it to include the use of the additional fund balance for the 875, which we are going to establish a reserve for at the end of this school year. Right now, currently looking at our expenditures for the current school year, I am at least expecting to have $1.4 million left to distribute to that reserve. And the rest, we can decide at the time where that falls. We're not close enough to the audit yet to make that decision, but around May, probably after the budget vote, we'll be talking about that. And, but anyway, this is the projection for the upcoming year. So all of the budget information that we shared on the green sheets prior to this page are the numbers that are here. So the salaries, in other words, that's the total salaries on that 25-26 budget proposal are 49.1 million and so forth. All those categories are reflective of that particular spreadsheet. And the revenues below, I've updated those. I looked at the Westchester County sales tax. I expect to get a little bit more than I originally projected. I had it at 1.4, which was the same as last year. I expect that to be slightly higher, so it's up to 1.8. Interest, I also expect a good return on what we are using for that instrument right now. We're using New York Class, and New York Class is yielding a daily interest rate renewal. So I'm getting higher interest rates than I expected. So I added a little money to that. Again, as we get closer to the end of the school year, those numbers, become more relevant. And that's about all that really changed. The aid we're still waiting on. So we're projecting only what we had last year because that's all they put on our legislative estimate for the upcoming year. Hopefully we'll get some updated information soon. Our budget to budget change with that using that 875. So we were at, I think, 2.5 for the budget to budget. Now it's 2.78 because we're increasing the total overall. And the total budget being 96.2 million, but we're still at the same tax cap. Obviously, that doesn't change. 4.58%, and we're at the maximum amount right now. So those are the changes.
Thank you, Jim.
Yep.
And also want to say as before you have, Mr. Merlini, thank you for joining us today. I think we're done discussing our operations and maintenance and transportation. So thank you for the insights you provided.
Thank you. Thank you.
On our next slide, we have our fund balance status for projection.
No, that's where we just did.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, you can,
This is for the people now.
yeah, I don't have that. I have in the book. So that's pretty much the same, other than using the additional 875. That's all that really changed.
Can I ask
And then I broke out the reserve.
a clarifying question on the 875, just because it's
Sure.
something new that we hadn't talked about
Yeah.
before. What is the benefit of setting it aside, like you said, for, now in this budget versus you said it's to cover expenses that might come up next year, then pulling it
So
out
this is-
balance then.
Well, this is next year's budget, so
Right.
we're,
But you had said that it's either gonna be, we get it in here now or.
no, so at the end of this school year, we are gonna have X number of dollars left over.
Right, you said one.
Right, well, that's in appropriations. I don't have the revenue side of that yet. So I know probably we will have around $1.4 million left. We have to designate where we're going to put that in the reserves at the end of this year. I would like to establish an employee benefit and liability reserve because we already know that we're earmarking X number of dollars for incentives for the teacher retirements so that's about half of that money.
Right.
And then the other half of that will be for any other type of liabilities in payroll that either we don't know are gonna occur, perhaps substitute pay, perhaps any kinds of payroll liability. It's a liability.
Cover, have it covered now. It's like, it's still rainy day, but it's first more specific.
Right, right.
If we're paying it anyway.
Right, and if, I don't want to incorporate it into the expenditure of the budget, you'll exceed your tax cap, and I don't think we should do that for something we're not sure we need to use it for, right? So let's put it into the reserve at the end of this year, earmark it, and then we don't want to do that. Yeah.
Okay, Jill, why are we showing the fund balance decreasing for next year in our overall?
Well, we're planning on using some of it. Right, so we don't know exactly. Right, and then also, we know that $2.2 million or $2 million of that, we're gonna lose in revenues automatically. Because the the cessation fund is not going to fund us as much. It's gonna fund us $2 million less next year, so.
What are we showing that we're carrying over from this year to next year? I mean, we're not gonna know until.
We're not gonna know, I'm just,
Checking out.
yeah, it's too early to tell. I looked at every expense line so far this year, and I do think we're gonna have around 1.4 left. So I've incorporated the increase, but I've also taken out the 2 million that I know we're gonna not get next year, so we have to reduce it by that. And we may get some interest on that money a little bit, depending on how the interest rates are, so it's all just right now an estimate.
We might get a little bit more state aid, which we've been fortunate with.
Yeah.
Okay. You had said, I think you had said, because I know you were working with that NISPA program about trying to recoup past aid that we didn't get and that we had successfully.
We have successfully recovered some aid on bus purchases that we have. But that'll get distributed over like 5 years. Yeah, so it's around $600,000, but it's over 5 years.
Evenly per year?
Yeah, that's how they do it. It's roughly about $120,000 or $25,000 a year. It's not that much, but it's obviously more than what we're getting. And then they're working now on capital project. That'll be coming in through our state aid, but we don't know, I didn't get notified that we're getting it yet, so sit tight. But I mean, that's the estimate.
So if you get notified, you would essentially add like 125 to the.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna start adding it this year or next. I mean, not the current year, but like next year or the year after. Like, I haven't been told yet, so I don't wanna make any assumptions until I've been told in black and white.
Board members, if you're looking for an overview of our revenues by category, if you go to the blue pages, the last page in the appropriations tab, says page 7 on it. That'll show you our estimated revenues for next year.
Right, and that should match up with the the sheet we just had on before this with the revenues. We didn't go over the 3-part budget, but I mean, and it is something that the state requires we go over. So if you want, I could bore you for about 2 minutes. So, so the beginning of the book is just kind of a narrative of an overview of the whole entire budget. So you should probably read through that at some point. It gives all the facts. But the whole budget has to be broken down into 3 categories, which is administration, program, and capital. And so our administrative portion of the budget is 7.4%. Our instructional or program part of the budget is 83.2%, and our capital portion of the budget is 9.4%. And on the following page is a little pie chart, kind of breaks it down another way, gives you the dollar figures. And then on page 4, I also compared it to last year, what the administrative portion was this year, last year, the dollar difference. And again, the bottom line is the total budget increase, which is $2.6 million overall. And then I also included the use of the fund balance.
And in essence, the only, other than the tax cap and items such as that, the only part that the state requires districts to share is this 3-part budget. Correct.
Yeah.
And so look at the level of detail that we provide you to help you have a good understanding what goes into that. The overall approximately $84 million.
And also to mention, so the change in the budget, if you look at the overall change in the budget, It's $2.6 million more. We're using $4.6 million of our fund balance to fund that. What I'm saying is that we're using, we're not asking taxpayers for more money. We're using for an increase. We're asking for money to fund our budget, our annual budget, but we're not asking for additional funds to fund it because we're utilizing the fund balance that we already have to cover those increases, right? So, I mean, I think that that's important to mention is because not putting more money out to taxpayers.
I mean, I guess that's gonna be one of the conversations as a board we're gonna have is like, how do we move forward? Because if we're still taking now, what's gonna happen later? Right, so at some point, we're all gonna be talking about that on the conversation about going a little bit over the tax cap to ensure that our longevity and our survival is there. And we're not doing it now, but it's gonna be a conversation that's gonna need to be had probably next year as we start. I know this.
Right, but and again, at the end of next year, we hope to have remaining funds from fiscally responsible spending and whatnot, right? So out of that money that we are taking out to use, we don't expect to use all of it, right? So there's contingency in there.
I know, I guess this, I don't know if this came from finance committee or from you guys, like from when you looking at it. How did we come up with the number that we were taking out of the fund balance for this year? I know it was just kind of brought to us, here's the number.
Well, we use, yeah, you got it, well, you start somewhere, but you start with your tax cap, so we know that the tax cap would give us $54.5 million, and what do we have to do to make up the difference to meet the expenditures that we want to spend, right? So the difference was the 3.75, we're close to it, and then we, moved some money around in the budget, we took things out, we added things in, we talked about staffing. So all of those things combined led us to say, well, if we use 3.75, I think we can make ends meet.
Okay.
And that's basically it.
I have what is probably a naive question, but since it's my first official budget
Sorry.
season, I'm gonna ask it anyway. So, because this is what I do in my daily budget management for work. If you're anticipating a 1.4 savings from the end of this year, what would keep us from using less of the fund balance and using that instead?
It is gonna fall to fund balance. That money that we have left remaining this year.
So
You're using that money, whether you save the money or not. The difference is, will you have 1.4 to put back in? You still have to take the money you're taking out of the fund balance. When you finish this year, if there's money left over, it goes to fund balance.
Right.
No matter what. So the question
if
is.
this budget passes and it's the 4.6, because it's now including the 875, when we get the 1.4 back, that goes back into the fund balance, so it's made up.
Yeah, but you
that we
would
took it out.
nonetheless, you're still using 3 point whatever from the fund balance, whether it's got an additional component from this year's leftover or not, you're still taking that amount out. So what would change is the amount of the balance by the delta. The pot won't go down by as much, but you're still using the same dollar amount from the pot. You're just giving an opportunity for the pot to grow.
To fluctuate.
Yeah, it goes up, the 29 million will go up by whatever we have left over, but then it will go back down by whatever we use next year.
Right.
But I have to represent it in 2 different fiscal years. I can't just net out the 2 and say that's what we're gonna use. You know what I mean? It doesn't work like that. Yeah.
And again, it's this interplay of what we're allowed to spend by the tax cap, right? And then how do we get there? Do we cut expenditures? Do we use more fund balance, or do we ask to raise more taxes? Those are the 3 things.
And then you also have the reality is the 4% that you're allowed to just carry. So all the other rest of the fund balance has to be, should be allocated.
Should be out.
Yeah, so I'm maintaining the 3.65 or whatever we're at for the undistributed, the unassigned, always. We're not digging into that, but that is part of the total fund balance. It's just, it's not designated for anything, so, yeah.
Am I jumping ahead? So when we were at BV, we were having a conversation for the budget on like how much we were using, what percent tax cap we wanted to be at and staffing. Are we there yet to be able to answer questions? Like, so we know how much we want to use projected right now.
Yeah.
We still want to stay within tax cap, that's.
Right, currently we're
Right.
balanced. We don't need to look for any cuts, if that's what you're
Right.
asking me.
But like all of that conversation, because I know that was when we left there, we still weren't sure like where out of those three categories we still had to do work. We feel more comfortable now with
I do.
those.
I think by creating her reserves that she did, that's where she got the money.
Yeah, the district has done a great job over the past couple of years of creating the reserves to allow us to carry that money for the purposes of those reserves. But yeah, we came into this, each budget year is gonna be different. So last year we left here with a little bit more work to do. I think we were able to get more accurate numbers closer to the date. Remember last year when we met, we were going off of budget numbers that were a month old in order to get the budget book ready. This one, we really pushed the creation of the budget book to get accurate numbers. So I think we're in a different place this year.
Yeah, I mean, I don't it sounds like you were still making a lot more changes at this point in time. Whereas now we're completely balanced and not looking for. So a month ago, when we were talking at BV, probably, that's when we were not meeting, we were still up $1.5 million away from the revenues meeting the expenses. And what are we gonna do? And are we gonna use fund balance to help that? Are we going to make staffing decisions? You know, where are we gonna look in the budget to find that $1.5 million? And yes, so I believe you're right, your recollection is correct. That, yeah.
And so if we take a look at the next slide, this is our how we came up with our tax cap. Just as a reminder to the public, the 2% tax cap is often how it's referred to. It's not 2%. As you can see, we are allowed to go up to 4.58% without exceeding the tax cap, which would cause us to have a majority vote. 60% of our voters would have to vote yes, super majority, right, of our budget, 60% of our voting public would have to pass that or vote yes for the budget. So we do not have to go for a super majority. So the reason why it's not 2% is because there's a lot of other factors that can be excluded from that calculation, such as some of the our contributions to employee benefits, some capital expenses.
Well, it's the capital expenses versus the building aid, right? So the building aid comes in, we put it up against what it costs for debt service, so that's an exclusion. But we also have to add back the exclusion we took last year, so. And then the pilots come into play. And if any of the pension TRS or ERS goes up over 2%, we're allowed to take that as an exclusion as well. But neither one of those were over 2%, so we couldn't take any exclusion for the increases in that. Yeah.
And the legislature can add or take away some of those exclusions. There was some consideration. I know many superintendents were advocating for the ability to take anything we spend on SROs out of the tax cap calculation, just as an example. So those are things that you'll have to monitor. If we go.
So this won't be changing unless the aid changes for some reason in our building aid area of the budget.
Can I just ask a quick question? What did we have left over from last year? From the fund balance that we carried forward?
Close to $4 million. Yep, 3.9.
Looking at 1.4 now.
Well, right now,
Right
I don't
now,
have the revenues all entered and I hope to, exceed those as well, and then that 1.4 number will go up.
So we're gonna.
But I can tell you right now, it's not gonna be as high as last year because just by virtue of the fact that I know the payroll was not 100%, budgeted for to the extent that it should have been.
But the year prior to last year too, it was like almost $3 million. So
Okay,
we had 3, then 3.7. Now this year, we're looking at 1.3 possibly.
Mhm.
This is like the lower number.
yeah.
Plus,
Well,
we're also now taking money sort of from our fund balance to
Mhm.
carry us forward.
we've had
So-
some new contracts since then
So we're-
too. Yeah,
So my question to everyone, right, is that we need to be continuing to add to our fund balance, right? And this year, we're gonna start, next year, we're gonna start pretty much using from it. We're already starting for next year, right?
Yeah.
So we're not growing that pot that we have, if we're continuing to spend.
I know, but see, this is rather, for me, there's like a disconnect. The comptroller's office, we're recommended 4% that we're allowed to carry. The goal, we're not a business, right? School's not a business. So that money has to be allocated somewhere, and we happen to be approved for that special account for our fund balance, for the sole purpose that we created that was to fill these gaps while the cessation fund was filling in to even out. The goal here is not to just we can't just keep taxing people more money and just holding it.
Well, the goal from the beginning was for us to save up enough money to get to 2030 when the cessation fund is completely removed. Right, and we're not getting $8 million like we are this year, right? And we're getting $0 to say, hey, that pot of money that we have. But we're going into 25, 26, already eating away at the money we have.
That's been the
But that's always
intention.
been the plan.
That has always been the intention. That's why we've been taxing the way we've been taxing since the plant closed.
Okay, but if you get to, well, let's just say you look at Jill's sheet, right? You get to 2029, 2030, right? Or let's just start before that. I'm saying we're starting this process a lot sooner than it was supposed to be started, which is 2030 when we have $0.
No, that was
Not
never the
true.
plan. The plan was always to
Okay.
use, no, it's not
It's
okay.
fact.
It's, if you listen, at least unless you were part of a conversation that I've never heard, and I'm not saying that disrespectfully, because we've all been part of different conversations. But the idea was always to begin utilizing this fund, additional fund balance. It was first way more than the 4%, then because it was never previously put into that separate fund, which we established a year or so ago, right? And the idea of that was to use small pieces of that every year to replace, not when that $2 million went, not what is that called? Cessation fund was 100% gone in 2030. It was to give us a slow letdown, if you will, until 2030. Now, originally, the idea was that we were maybe gonna have fewer than $1 million come 2030. But now it appears that we're going to, that was what the projections when Don Hoffman was here, if I recall correctly. His projection was 2030, we were gonna have fewer than $1 million left and no funds outside of the general fund whatsoever.
So just a quick note, right? Just a quick note. You look at the forward projections. The year after next year, right? You're supposed to be using 6 million, then the other year you're using 8 million, then the year after that you're using 10 million, and then the year after that you're using 12 million. If you're already taking from it now and we're only gonna be left with like $25 million, how do we cover all of the other years that are coming with the projections forward?
You can't just tax, so, I don't know, correct me if we have been basically overtaxing our community to put money in a bucket. This is before this is not, you were before your time. This is before you were here. That was how it was explained to the public, time and time again. At the end of that fiscal year, that's how it was explained. That's how the projections look like. Now we're here, we're being more fiscally responsible, but at the end of the day, the intention was to carry this money through. So at some point, we have to, the community's gonna level off.
Meaning what? But they're gonna level off with what? If we go into 20, we're going in with 20, let's just say $25 million, right? You have 6 after 27, 8 million, 10 million, 12 million. We don't have any money in that fund balance to cover that. So that's my whole point. It's like if we're already taking the 2 years prior to this year, the 2 years prior to this year, we saved 3 million, and the year after we saved 3.7 million. This is the first year we're already starting to use this money. I'm just saying that at some point, as a board, we're gonna have to have that conversation as to what we do, because if you look at these, right, let me just.
Shouldn't there be a projection of taking the $29 million and seeing what we can use each year to get us to 20?
You can't possibly plan out that far. First of all,
The current amount that we have right now.
it's gonna be difficult to ever plan out that far.
I know it's hard to do, but that's essentially what you're saying is that what we have right now is not going to last us if we project to 20.
It's not, you get to 2030, you need $12 million, you're using 60 year after, you're using 8, then you're using 10. And by 2030, when the cessation is 0, you need $12 million currently in our projections. You're not gonna have that money.
Correct.
You're using it all now.
Well, I'm gonna ask the same question I said at the Frenchie meeting.
are you proposing that we go over tax cap? Or are you proposing that we look for more cuts? I don't understand. Well, this year we're doing both. We're using and we're cutting, right? So my.
Well, I mean,
point is-
the fund was
So
created for
my,
that.
so my question is when are we gonna have a conversation as a board about doing, I believe in doing small incremental increases instead of saying, hey, this year you're paying 4%, 4.5, 4.58%, but come 2029 and 2030, you now have to pay 10%. Our seniors aren't gonna be able to afford to live here. They're not gonna, nobody's gonna wanna sell their house or buy their houses here because it's gonna be priced out of the market. So my point is that as a board, we have to, if this is what we're doing going forward, we're already using money and we know that it's costing more and we can't save anything now, then we have to start having a conversation of small incremental increases that go across the board.
Above the tax. You're saying we have to go above the tax.
No, I'm not saying right now, but I'm saying this is a conversation we need to have because we're here now. We're known, we have to take 875,000. We might only have 1.4, whereas the other years we had 3.7 million and $3 million that we were saving each year. Now we have to come to the realization that now we're not saving, we're spending, right? So what do we do as a board to ensure that as the longevity goes along, we can help our district
So
survive?
I hear, so my concern, I hear you. What?
Yeah,
Can we take a break? Motion to take a break.
Second. I'm like, sorry.
One. Action.
Welcome back to the Hendrick Hudson Board of Education meeting. Can I have a motion to reconvene the meeting? Motion. Second. All in favor? I think back to where were we?
You were gonna say.
That's it, what a fun day it was. We are ready to go home, I think.
That raises the board.
I think I'm good. I think we have to have further conversations, and share more of this with the community, but I think right now for this year, I think we are. Okay,
So if I could we pull back to talk about, we'll revisit December. As a school district, we must have our revenues equal our expenses. We have to have a balanced budget. There are ways that we can get to a balanced budget. You can increase revenues. Revenues being the amount we ask from the community for taxes. You can get more in state aid. Bake sales probably won't do it. Those are some major budget drivers. Or you can cut expenses. You can cut the supplies and materials we ask for. You can cut the salaries. You can cut programs. So and also you can use fund balance to reduce any gaps that you may need to make up to get under your tax cap. So all of these things interplaying themselves help us get to where we are to balance the budget and to hopefully pass the budget. Because remember, we are going to the community and asking for this year to raise our budget by 4.58%.
No, to raise our
Our tax,
Our budget's going.
our budget system, yes. We're gonna be asked, no, I appreciate it. It's a detail that needs to be nuanced, because that is correct. So we as a district, in our unique situation, I think the board is doing the right thing, is saying, here's our tax cap. We're gonna go right to that because we know that sets us up for the ability to have the option to go hopefully higher next year with our tax cap. And we're not leaving any quote unquote money on the table that we could have raised early on in the tax cap. Most people were saying, we don't want to go anywhere. We don't even want to go. I was in districts that went zeros. And they realized they left money on the table compounding each time. I think the board is doing all the right things. You're looking to make efficient cuts that don't decimate what we hold dear in terms of our instructional program and our student experience. So you're asking the administration to find those places. So that, in essence, saves money that could be directed towards later years as well. You're also trying to balance that out with how much you're asking people to pay in taxes. You're using fund balance as a way to soften any blows to what would need to pass a budget to get to the appropriate amount to fund your instructional program. And you're also advocating for additional revenues to assist, and you're establishing reserves that you did not have before, and you were just using unassigned fund balance. But now if you establish reserves over this period of time, you can put money away for rainy days that you would be pulling out of your operating fund balance, further putting you into the possibility of not having the money to pay for things as they come up. So I think the board is doing its fiduciary responsibility effectively and very thoughtfully.
thank you.
I think that's key, being thoughtful from budget season to budget season. And really, we are looking ahead. No one's just living in the here and now.
Mhm.
We are looking ahead 3 to 5 years. I would say looking beyond that, you're being unrealistic, because there are too many things that can change between now and then. And yes, I understand your concern about not wanting to be surprising people and saying like, oh, guess what? We used it all up and now we need to come to you to get money. We will know that before we get to that point, and it's gonna be enough in advance that you're not gonna be surprising people. And I think, just have to look at how much we're spending each year and how much we're able to save each year before you can jump into that decision, and I think that right now, I'm telling you right now, conservatively, what I think we're gonna have left over. I'm hoping to have a little more than that. But I won't know for sure for a couple of months, but let's just, I think we have to just act that way from now, for now and forever, until we find out how are we gonna replace the revenue that we lost through losing Indian Point as our taxpayer, right? So I mean, I don't know what it's New York State's gonna come down with. Are they gonna give us new formulas because we're in that place, you know? I don't know. But I think we just move forward thoughtfully each year and not do it without thinking ahead.
Yeah.
So
That's exactly my thought, is that we have to just
look forward.
look forward, right?
Mhm.
Because we've been fortunate enough that state aid has helped we've been fortunate enough to get more state aid than we've been anticipating for each year, right? But if that ever changes, then we're in a whole other situation. So I think as we go forward as a board, we just need to keep all those factors in mind. As we run forward.
The one thing to also consider, pulling out from our unique situation here, is that many districts assume we don't have the cessation fund decreasing, assume we don't have fund balance that we have, the reserve that we have. Most school districts at this time of the year, you gave us a parameter to make a budget within the tax cap. Many districts at this time of the budget season are saying, okay, we're solid on our tax cap. We know what it is. It's 3%. Do we want to go to the public with a budget levy to levy increase that is 3%, or do we want to use fund balance to decrease or make cuts to decrease what we're asking the community to pay? So going right to the tax cap, I think is where we are as a district right now, where other districts may have the ability to say, we don't want it. We don't want to go right to the tax cap. We want to be more mindful of how much we're raising our taxes. We're mindful too, but we're also mindful that if we don't balance it correctly, there may be a year where we have to go above the cap because we didn't go right to the cap each time. And so that's something to consider as we continue to go forward. So I think we already jumped into our discussion portion of today, which we appreciate that we've been having the good conversations throughout it. Is there anything else that the board has questions on? Any information that you need to help make an informed decision of adopting a budget in the next couple of weeks? Yes.
Just for my own education, I'm wondering, you know, we've come up with these parameters of like how to get to the budget this year, what the parameters are. Do we have a similar capability of figuring out? I know we can't predict the future. You were saying 3 to 5 years is like the most you can sort of predict out. But like we were just talking about. Moving forward, we might have to go closer. What data can we start like really focusing on to help us prepare for those decisions upcoming?
I think it's gonna be the audit, right? Like what happens once we close the books and Jill does the audit.
So if you think about a cycle.
Monetarily, it's gonna be the audit.
That's
Right, so like obviously that's a big part of
It
it.
means, so as we get closer and you're gonna make suggestions around what you think we should do with staffing or program or whatever else. It would, and we're gonna start looking at, we're gonna look more deeply as this is what the board would like to do. And it's really important that we look more deeply at our student success, where are our students succeeding? What do they need to succeed? Are the kids in each building getting what they need?
Right.
We're, you know, what percentage of our population is special ed and ENL, and what's that cost look like? When you're gonna start asking us to make these decisions and have these broader conversations in public, I think what Corey is saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, you're.
Is there something we can do, a seat audit, so we can prove out our
Inform the
staffing,
future
inform the
decisions.
community, inform the community, inform us.
Right.
As you're making your suggestions, that we are doing everything we can to make sure that we are preserving as much as possible. You know,
In an efficient way.
in an efficient way.
Yeah.
So if you know me well enough, you probably know where I'm going to go with this one. As a board then, and as a I could go there, yes. So what I would suggest is I've heard you use the word success. Are kids getting what they need? Are we doing the right thing? Are our kids prepared? We have to come up with not this vague idea of prepared, successful. We as a board have to come up with, we as a community have to come up with what we determine as a successful student. And then what we can do from there is within that realm, we can identify the data that we can say, okay, let's say for an example. Many people look to the strategic plan as this is what we value, this is what we want real world experiences if we look at our strategic plan right now. Are we providing students with enough real world experiences? Do they have internships? Do they have access to BOCES programs to develop in the trades?
Right.
Talk in that type of language. So then we can say, well, listen, one thing that we're looking to cut is, I don't want to say anything because this is underwater basket weaving, because that does not apply. I know, it's my undergrad major. It's not what we don't value that because it's not a real world experience. So anything associated with that portion of our program, we do not feel as a priority. Let's look to make our first cuts there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're right, and I think if we had a picture, if we had like a picture of a graduate, like a legitimate, which we don't truly have.
Mhm.
If we had something like that, that would help. I think that would help you and it would help us.
Mhm.
That's step one.
But
And
it
I
can't be
think,
something that we come up with. It has to be
Yes.
obviously
yeah,
stakeholders, teachers, like, yeah.
and then step two. Is really getting into. And I think you have this data, we don't, I'm not sure how much it informs our decision. It really more informs your decisions. Is. Maximizing. Our scheduling, right? So that the most kids are, we have more kids sitting. I think that the days are over. We don't have that, we don't have the days of 8 kids in an elective as much as we used to have here. We have already kind of, we may one off, two off, but that used to be a regular, that was like the norm.
Yeah.
And at this point, I don't know how much more, because I still hear this around the community, even in our own circle of, people that we talk to regularly, even amongst ourselves, like, have we maximized our staffing and our schedule to to have the most kids? And so we're not running 3 sections of a class when there's 8 kids in a.
Yeah, I mean, that's one aspect of efficiency, but I think overall, there have to be. I'm sure it exists, I'm sure there's an app for it or an AI engine or something that has the metrics of the situation that we're in, like. And the conversations maybe starts with getting an audit back and seeing where we are monetarily, but then how do we, with a scalpel, precisely go into the right areas and make the most efficient slices instead of just randomly, saying staffing, the biggest chunks of our pie. I feel overwhelmed when I get these, this data, like today, is there a way to more regularly or like align on like 3 data points, like 3 different specific things that we understand regularly, and then when we get to budget season, we have the audit, we have those data points, like I can't digest all of these, like
We're not
somebody's
meant to,
asking for.
we're not, I mean, no offense, we're not meant to digest. Well,
So what is it all for?
Yeah, but it-
All that.
So the
data?
real, the reality is. Prior to this, there were like big chunks in budget codes that had chunks of dollars that.
Yeah.
No one, not,
Know where they were
people
going.
answered to them, but there was big chunks. Last year, we were able to identify those. This year, it's much cleaner, probably because of the process we've gone through the last 2 years.
Yeah,
And all the work that Jill and her team have done, right? So it felt different this year and it looks different this year. But in reality, I think what we learned is we don't really need all of this. We need to know where we are, where we're projected, what we're proposing, and what we actually are.
right. How do we
Final-
take that per pupil cost and maximize it?
Right. I don't know.
Not based on just cost, based on
But I
the
think,
ideal portrait of a graduate.
I think that's a really important thing for us to eventually get to. I think I'd love the idea of that, actually. What does it look like for a Hen Hunt graduate? And there's not one, there's probably 6 or 4 or
Yeah,
something along
yeah.
those lines, and have the programming built to achieve each one. But I think that while it's not our role, I don't think that I feel, and I'm not gonna use feel, I don't care about my feelings. I don't think that anyone's making random cuts to giant numbers. I do think frankly that this leadership team did use the scaffold to find a way to get to the appropriate dollar amount without impacting programming. And to us, it may feel like, well, we're just talking about numbers because we're not in these meetings that are taking hours of time after people are being tasked with a series of responsibilities to go through and determine exactly what we're
I
asking them to
completely agree
do.
with you. I'm talking about for future when we know we're gonna have to kind
I think they're
of
gonna,
get
I
into
think
it a little bit more.
I'm pretty confident that this is going to be an evolution
Yeah,
that continues, and they're not just gonna go to some random number and say, we need to do this.
Yeah,
and
of
just swap.
course.
I think they are doing that work. Naturally, we only know what they report
Surface
down.
of
We're
it.
getting this 10,000 foot view on the parts
Right.
that we're allowed to comment on, because if
Yeah.
they start telling us the who, the what, the when, the where, and the how, all of us have relationships here. And I think that it will impact our ability to make a decision.
Yeah.
Based on how we associate that decision with the human we know. And that sounds very impersonal, but the reality is that's not our role, and it's also impossible
Yeah,
to effectively run such a large organization when you try to think about every individual relationship that you have. I don't even want to know the people that are impacted, because I want to make the decision on what I'm being given as expected best practice from the leadership that we have. And otherwise, it's like, I'll be like, I don't want to do it, I don't want to do that, I don't want to do that, I know that, you know what I'm saying? So I think it's important to be almost anonymous in this and just understand the impact from.
And I think that's a part of us relying on Mike and the team to make sure that they're giving us the information we need to just make the decision based on how we can effectively run the schools and also give our students what they need.
And what, right? I mean, yeah, because we don't want to just be, this is the basics, and it's
Right.
gotta have more to it. I don't think anybody wants to go to the school district because it just gives you the baseline. I feel like that's.
Bare necessities.
Yeah, I mean, like anything,
Like
right?
everything changing, special ed changing,
Totally.
is changing, like it's not maybe gonna look exactly like this. In a couple of years, all the grades are different.
So I would assume I've never been in corporate America. I would assume, I was.
Like a dirty word.
No.
Like, what sort of
Oh, here, let me try this. I've never been in the private sector, because I was, I went in the military right after school. I came to work in schools. I would assume if people came in from the public sector, from the private sector and take a look at our operations and our budget, they could find 100 different ways to reduce expenses down to the bare minimum. But what that does is that takes away, I even did it when I came in here. Many of you saw that. I said, hey, we have 4 kids sitting in an AP class. We have 27 APs. I've never seen anything like that. There's other things about the program that I have never seen, but my job, if you've listened to me, is to listen, learn, help, then lead. I've learned that we come to value a wide offering of AP classes for our students to take. I've come to learn that we value having a strong music program. And that's the difference, is that we could make a lot of cuts really quick, but we would be losing in part of what people who go to HHCSD value it. Now, that's different when you have a community of people who may have different things that they value. And so that's our job as the administration, is to take all that input and to try to make the best decision educationally for our students in a fiscally responsible manner, so that we have the Hendrick Hudson School District with all those different inputs. So at the end of the day, we do have to make some of those tough decisions. So I feel that we always are taking scalpel education. I often tell my administrators that change can be an iceberg or a flood. They both impact the physical landscape, but they do it differently. Education tends to be an iceberg, because we don't want to just pull something out of our program that's been a support for so long. We want to assist people in doing that. So for instance, when you take a look at the data about the number of teaching assistants we have compared to other schools who are even larger than us, you're going to see that we tend to have more. But just pulling that out is going to impact the instructional program. Could it impact for a better, in a positive way down the road? Yes, but it's also going to need, or it couldn't, but it will take people time to adjust to that. So we're trying to do it. I think you saw us change course this year. We were going to make drastic changes to some of the structures of the high school and the middle school, and we pulled back on those because we didn't need to do it all this year. We were able to get to where we were in the budget because of things such as a teacher retirement incentive, because of the way that other things fell, that we naturally monitor. So we'll continue to do that and make those small incremental changes in an iceberg-like fashion to hopefully, to get us to where we need to be.
Speaking of start times.
Yep.
We never heard again about that.
Remember, I said we were just considering it.
I know, but my daughter was here the day you said that, and she's been teasing my son about it.
We really gave up on
It's-
that?
For this
I
year.
never said anything.
No, we did. We had a conversation. We did for this. That's one of those that we were gonna come back to at some
We were
time.
supposed to come back to it.
No, but not this
I'm
year.
mentioning, I think we should, if we are going to continue to explore that, we need to have
We
public,
needed time.
we need time here in this forum to hear from the community.
Okay, about it. We did talk about it. I remember.
Let's
Okay,
stay on
we did.
topic. It is a national thing, though, that people are making high school times later.
Yeah, but later, this is a whole nother conversation. 15 minutes is not really making or breaking it, trust me.
So,
We're coming back to it though. It's not this year.
here comes the, by the way, pretty good meeting, here comes the emails.
Yeah, here come the emails. Nobody's hearing about anything from 8 o'clock to 1:52.
So, board, do you feel
Start time
comfortable?
of the high school.
Do you feel comfortable with the parameters that we still have moving forward with this budget? And we'll have one more budget meeting or one more meeting before we ask you to adopt. And then we will do our roadshow with the community, helping them understand what's in the budget, what we anticipate. And again, the budget is not just a balance sheet, it's a statement of our educational goals or beliefs and values. And I feel comfortable being able to speak to what we value and believe in this budget.
And we should mention our meet and greet and the adjustment.
So that's for Wednesday. So Wednesday, we have our meet and greet, our second set. Thanks to everyone who attended the first one.
The community was outpouring of support for that.
So for the second one, it's this Wednesday we're here at the high school, correct? At 5. We originally were putting up 2 slots from 5 to 6, but due to an extended executive session that we need to have, we are gonna have the 5 to 5:30 slot. So if anybody had signed up for 5:30, they would have been moved to 5. When we made the decision, no one had signed up, so we're just going to close out the 5:30 time, but provide more slots for the 5 o'clock time, so we can still accommodate everyone. And if you're like, that doesn't work for me, don't worry, because the last one we have is a virtual option, so if you can't make it in person, we will have another opportunity for you to meet with us virtually. There's 4 in total.
Yes, we have 2 more.
So we have 2 more after this, so we have this Wednesday, then another one in person, and then the last one is virtual.
And I'm sure if somebody said they don't work for me and I need something else.
Yeah.
If you email the board, I'm sure Eric and Amelia would be more than happy to find a way to get a handful of us together to accommodate what.
And I know that you guys will do that, because you did do that for people I know. When, before I was on the board, you guys met with individuals that I know. You set up a meeting, so I know that the board will do that.
And I think it's important, one other thing. This is not an office hours meeting, so if, what is it, 24 hours before the meeting, if no one signs up, it may be closed or.
We closed it until the hour before.
Hour before.
We did
Okay.
the hour
So just
before.
know that if you didn't sign up and you're just, well, I'll just show up because it's not office hours, and the last meeting, no one was there, so therefore we didn't come to just practice getting here early, although I probably should because I'm rarely early. So just check it, because if it's closed, then don't show up because we won't be here. Or sign up early, and that would be great.
Check until an hour before.
Yeah.
And once the board does adopt a budget, I will release a thought exchange. If anybody has any input, consider things that they want us to consider. And I will also host meetings in person and virtually at different times. If anybody would like to join to ask questions about the budget. Well, board, thank you for a productive day. I want to thank Jill for, remember, Jill is here, what is it now, 6 months, 7 months?
Yeah, 8 months, I don't know. Yeah, 7, 8 months, 7, 6, 7, 8.
To know the detail of the budget that you know is truly remarkable. Thank you for being able to walk us through this, for all the work that went into it. Greg, thank you for being on the spot with everything that we're trying to display. And Carmen, thank you for taking copious notes and minutes and, all that you do to support this meeting.
Oh,
Thank you, everybody.
Going out this morning.
What have we got?
we, anything else?
Oh, yes, there is a public comments portion, sorry.
Or next. Nobody's here, but here.
Well, no, there's people here. Just
They don't set up.
comment.
Is this a motion to close?
Do you have anything you
Motion
want
to
to say?
close the meeting.
Second.
All in favor?
Thank you, everybody.
Well done, everyone.